Chapter 1223. In the past 10 years, the structure of the panicked Great World had changed greatly. The 7 prefectures had been completely separated and were unified by a faction called the Ryuka. The Ryuka was even more ruthless than the extreme demon sect. Back then, the extreme demon sect was only above the 7 prefectures. However, the Ryuka uprooted the 7 prefectures and unified them. The entire panicked Great World was now under the rule of the Ryuka. Although the Ryuka's action of unifying the 7 prefectures had caused dissatisfaction among many factions, they had learned from the mistakes of the 7 prefectures. Most of the factions had swallowed their dissatisfaction and did not dare to make any statements. They knew that there was a mysterious Ryuan in the Ryuka. This person had even killed the 4th level martial emperors of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures. Ordinary factions could not afford to offend such an expert. After the Ryuka had unified the 7 prefectures, they had developed rapidly and produced many talents. The headquarters of the Ryuka was located in the Great Song Prefecture. The original Great Song City had been changed to Black Dragon City. In the center of Black Dragon City stood a stone statue that was several hundred feet tall. This stone statue was in the image of a young man dressed in a black robe. Although his face was ordinary, it was very pleasing to the eye, especially his eyes, which were filled with fearless sharpness. Is this person Ryuan of the Ryuka? It is said that 10 years ago, he single-handedly killed the 4th level martial emperors of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures and took down the final barrier of the 2 prefectures, Gaoshu. Many cultivators in Black Dragon City would subconsciously raise their heads to look at the stone statue when they passed by. At the same time, they whispered to each other in awe. The reason why Zhuowen was so famous was not only because of the battle 10 years ago, but also because of the Ryuka's efforts to promote him. They knew that Ryuka needed a pillar of support, and this pillar had to be tall enough to support Ryuka, and this candidate was naturally Zhuowen. In the courtyard, a figure who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. Looking at his aura that did not fluctuate much, his eyes showed a touch of disappointment. He muttered in a low voice, "I have been in the Pang world for 15 years, and there is no sign of my original body breaking through. However, I can clearly feel that I am not far away from the Emperor realm." This person was Zhuowen's original body. In the Pang world, his original body basically stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. In the past 5 years, he had relied on his demonic Dao doppelganger, and his original body had never come out. However, even though he cultivated so diligently, Zhuowen still helplessly discovered that his original body was still a little short of breaking through to the Emperor realm. You haven't accumulated enough. If your original body wants to break through to the Emperor realm, I think you can only enter the Emperor's tomb to search for opportunities. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt rather helpless. However, the breakthrough of his original body did indeed depend on opportunities. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to break through just by cultivating normally? After putting away the Buddha and demonic Dao doppelganger, Zhuowen slowly walked out of the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the grand demon Lord over with his mind. "Master!" A black fog spread out and turned into the image of a hunched old man. The grand demon Lord bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. "Did anything happen in the Pang world while I was in seclusion?" Zhuowen asked. The grand demon Lord nodded. Then he briefly explained the Ryuka's unification of the 7 prefectures. Zhuowen was not surprised. Back then, when his demonic Dao doppelganger broke through Gaoshu, the Ryuka's destruction of the Great Qin and Great Zhou prefectures had been a foregone conclusion. coupled with the combination of Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan, it would be difficult to find any experts or organizations that could deal with the Ryuka in the 7 prefectures. You've also recovered to the 3rd Heaven Demon Emperor? As if he sensed something, Zhuowen's sharp gaze landed on the Grand Demon Lord as he asked in surprise. The Grand Demon Lord hurriedly bowed and said, "This old servant was originally a 7th Heaven Demon Emperor. Although this is this old servant's doppelganger, with my previous experience, the speed of my recovery is not very slow. Fortunately, I've recovered to the 3rd Heaven Demon Emperor realm in the past 15 years. Zhuowen nodded, but did not say anything. He did not doubt the Grand Demon Lord's words. This guy was a high-level demon emperor. With this old man's experience, the speed of his recovery would not be too slow. Gather the Ryuka's upper echelons first. I need to talk to them about some things," Zhuowen said indifferently. The Grand Demon Lord bowed and slowly retreated. Obviously, he was going to look for someone. 30 minutes later, in the main hall of the Ryuka Palace, all the upper echelons of the Ryuka Palace were gathered here. Among them were Lu Hantian, Elder Shiwan, LV Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and Zhuowen's 5 servants led by Ziang. At the same time, Zhuo Xiangding of the Zhuo family sat in another corner of the hall with Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue, the 3 genius disciples of the Zhuo family who had awakened their dragon souls. Everyone in the hall was excited. They had heard from the Grand Demon Lord that Zhuowen had come out of seclusion. So, when the Grand Demon Lord summoned them, they all put down what they were doing and gathered in the hall. Outside the hall, a figure slowly walked in, went straight to the empty seat at the head of the hall, and slowly sat down. "Zhuowen!" Everyone's gazes fell on the figure, and they all softly muttered Zhuowen's name. "This time, I've gathered everyone here because I have a few things to tell you. I've already stayed in the panicked world for 15 years. In other words, 15 days should have passed in the outside world. I plan to leave the Blue Dragon Hall," Zhuowen said in a deep voice as he tapped the armrest with his right hand. "You want to leave the Blue Dragon Hall? Zhuowen, there's no rush. After all, you still have plenty of time. It might be better for you to leave when you're stronger. After all, the 3 people from the Blue Dragon Hall are waiting for you outside," Lu Hantian said with a frown. Zhuowen shook his head. "That's why I've gathered all of you here." Next, Zhuowen told everyone about the Emperor's tomb in the Sea of Misery that was about to open. The Emperor's tomb was the burial ground of the strongest faction in the Sea of Misery, the Emperor's domain. It was said that countless Emperor realm cultivators had died there. It was also said that there was the heart of imperial power, which could allow a heavenly venerate cultivator to advance to the Emperor realm. Apart from that, there were many rare treasures, including many Emperor weapons. It could be said that the Emperor's tomb was definitely a good place for heavenly venerates and Emperor realm cultivators. If a cultivator could obtain a fortuitous encounter there, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Everyone in the hall fell silent after hearing Zhuowen's story. Lu Hantian pondered for a moment before saying, "Zhuowen, do you mean that you want us to participate in the Emperor's tomb?" "The Emperor's tomb is not a small fortuitous encounter. That's why I said it. It depends on your own decision. Of course, you don't need to all go. Just a part of it will be enough. Whether it's heavenly venerates or Emperor realm cultivators, the Emperor's tomb will definitely be of great benefit to you," Zhuowen said with a nod. Lu Hantian nodded, his eyes filled with light. He was quite interested in the Emperor's tomb. Elder Shiwan, who was sitting beside him, laughed and said, "Old Han, you should go out with Zhuowen. With your talent, if you can obtain a fortuitous encounter in the Emperor's tomb, I'm afraid your strength will increase very quickly." However, Lu Hantian looked hesitant and said, "I'm still a little worried about the Ryuka. If Zhuowen and I leave, the Ryuka's strength will definitely be weakened." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry. Xiang has already broken through to the second-level Emperor realm. Bai Mei, Huang Meng, Guanghan, and Shiyu are also first-level Emperor realm cultivators. With them and the elite troops of the Ryuka, it's really unlikely that there will be anyone who can threaten us in the entire panicked world." Zhuowen is right. Old Han, you've delayed a lot of cultivation time for the Ryuka. With your talent, I'm afraid you've already reached the fourth-level Emperor realm. However, you're still stuck at the third-level Emperor realm. You should go out with Zhuowen and have a good adventure." Elder Shiwan said, with a smile, "Shiwan is right. Han Tian, your talent is unquestionable. It's better to stay by Zhuowen's side. Shiwan and I will take good care of the Ryuka's matters." Zhuo Xiangding advised with a red face. Back then, Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation was not high. However, ever since he entered the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen had deliberately poured some resources on Zhuo Xiangding. Therefore, Zhuo Xiangding had cultivated to the peak Heavenly Master Realm. However, Zhuo Xiangding's talent was not high. The peak Heavenly Master Realm was actually his limit. If he wanted to break through to the Emperor Realm, he would probably need an expert to cleanse his meridians and marrow. However, Zhuowen was unable to do so now. When his cultivation was higher in the future, Zhuowen planned to forcibly raise Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation to the Emperor Realm. After all, the higher the cultivation of a warrior, the longer the corresponding lifespan. As Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding naturally had some selfishness in his heart. He wanted Zhuowen to live longer. It was precisely because Zhuo Xiangding was Zhuowen's grandfather that although his cultivation was not high, his status in Ryuka was similar to Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. Many people in Ryuka respected this old man very much. Seeing that Elder Shiwan and Zhuo Xiangding had said so, Lu Hantian did not intend to be pretentious. His eyes flashed as he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then I won't be pretentious. This time, I will definitely go out with Zhuowen and have a good adventure." After saying that, Lu Hantian laughed and came to Zhuowen's side. His right hand naturally patted Zhuowen's shoulder. Zhuowen quietly looked at Lu Hantian, who was laughing beside him, and the smiling people in the hall. His heart was filled with a touch of warmth. These people's eyes were filled with trust and dependence for him. In other words, he, Zhuowen, was already the pillar of support for these people. Chapter 12:24. Divine Bramble Armor Zhuowen stared at Lu Hantian beside him with a gratified look in his eyes. He was well aware of Lu Hantian's talent. Back then, he had been extremely outstanding in the entire Azure Xian Empire. This time, he was prepared to bring Lu Hantian to the tomb. Perhaps Lu Hantian would be able to obtain his own destiny in the tomb. "I want to go too, I want to go too." A clear voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Subsequently, Miao Elvi's petite figure arrived in front of Zhuowen like a bolt of lightning. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhuowen as she said, "Big brother Zhuowen, the tomb sounds very interesting. Quickly bring me there." Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. Miao Elvi's cultivation was not high. Although she had broken through the shackles of the Ultimate Emperor realm and reached the fourth Venerable realm after 15 years of cultivation, she was only at the Mystique Venerable realm. Such a cultivation was like an ant in Misery Sea. Any Misery Sea martialist could kill Miao LV with a slap. "Your cultivation is too low. This trip will be very dangerous. You must stay in the Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen shook his head. "I don't want to. Big brother Zhuo, please bring me there." Miao LV stomped her foot and said somewhat coquettishly, However, Zhuowen did not fall for this trick at all. His expression was grave as he said, "The tomb is too dangerous." At that time, all the Emperor Realm practitioners in the Bitter Sea will gather there. The weakest among them will likely be much stronger than you. You will only be courting death if you go there. Miao Lv's eyes immediately turned red when she heard Zhuowen's stern shout. Traces of mist appeared in her eyes. "Big Brother Zhuo is the most annoying," Miao Lv shouted, and directly left the hall. At the same time, faint sobbing sounds could be heard from outside the hall. "Zhuowen, aren't you being too ruthless?" "You still don't understand," Miao Lu's thoughts. "She didn't go with you because the Emperor's tomb is interesting. It's purely because of you." Lu Hantian rubbed his head and grimaced. Zhuowen shrugged and said, "I know that as well, but Big Brother Hantian, you don't know how terrifying the Bitter Sea is. If you knew, I'm afraid you would have rejected Miao Lu, that girl, to come with us. That place is too dangerous." Lu Hantian's eyes also became a little grave when he heard Zhuowen's cautious words. To be able to cause Zhuowen to be so afraid, it seemed that the Bitter Sea that Zhuowen spoke of was indeed a little frightening. "Zhuowen, the three of us should follow them. Didn't you say that the Emperor's tomb contained the heart of imperial power? This thing can allow us celestial venerables to directly advance to the imperial power realm. If the three of us can obtain the imperial power heart, perhaps we can save a lot of time in cultivation." 3 more figures walked out of the hall. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The one who spoke just now was Lve Tao. Whether it was Lve Tao, Qing Lian, or Luo Xing, their cultivations had all reached the peak of the celestial venerables. However, there was still a certain gap between them and the imperial power realm. If they could obtain the imperial power heart, they could indeed advance to the imperial power realm in a short period of time. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Brother Lv's words make sense. The Emperor's tomb can be considered a great opportunity for all of you. However, you have to be extremely careful when you go to the Emperor's tomb this time. After all, the number of experts in the Bitter Sea is not something the Qing Xian Empire can compare to." Hearing this, Lve Tao and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded heavily. Their eyes revealed joy. "Let's return to the square of the Azure Dragon Hall first. As for Ryuka, let's develop in the Pang world first. Of course, you don't have to worry about the effect of the flow of time on your lifespan. Although everyone's time in the Pang world is 365 times that of the outside world, our lifespan is still calculated in terms of the time outside." Zhuowen said. Everyone in the hall nodded. Relief filled their eyes. This was what they had been worried about. Since Zhuowen had said that, they could relax. Zhuowen took out the blue dragon token. Soon after, he tapped it with his right hand. Immediately, the surface of the token emitted an extremely rich glow that enveloped Zhuowen's group. However, as the glow faded, Zhuowen's group also disappeared before everyone's eyes. Zhuowen, Lve Hantian, the Grand Demon Lord, Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian slowly landed on the square shrouded in mist. Aside from the Grand Demon Lord, Zhuowen's group of 5 were not surprised at all. The Grand Demon Lord looked around the Azure Dragon Hall. His eyes were filled with surprise. Soon after, he asked Zhuowen, "Master, where is this place?" "The Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen gave a concise explanation of the Azure Dragon Hall. The more the Grand Demon Lord listened, the more shocked he became. He could not help but tremble. The Azure Dragon Hall was actually the residence of a saint, while the Pang world he resided in was only a miniature world created by the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. This was definitely quite a shock to the Tsang Dragon Taoist, who grew up in the Pang world. "Master, is the upper realm in the Pang world Also, the Grand Demon Lord seemed to think of something. So he asked again. Zhuowen nodded. That's also a miniature world created by the Tsang Dragon Taoist. However, it's of a higher level than the Pang world you reside in. The Grand Demon Lord fell completely silent when he heard that. The upper realm he had searched so hard for in the past was actually only a miniature world created by someone else. The Grand Demon Lord was filled with mixed feelings right now. Soon, his gaze fell on Zhuowen. From Zhuowen's words, he guessed that the young man in front of him seemed to have obtained the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Hall. In other words, Zhuowen would definitely be the master of the Azure Dragon Hall in the future. At that time, he would dominate the 3 great small worlds in the Azure Dragon Hall and the inheritance of the saints in the Azure Dragon Hall. When he thought of Zhuowen's identity, the Grand Demon Lord was no longer as opposed to becoming Zhuowen's servant. Instead, he felt rather smug because Zhuowen was the master of the entire Azure Dragon Hall. If he became the servant of the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, he would benefit quite a lot once Zhuowen took complete control of the Azure Dragon Hall. The instant Zhuowen's group landed on the square, the entire square began to shake intensely. Soon after, countless amounts of fog began to churn. Amidst the churning fog, an enormous illusory figure slowly agglomerated. The figure was the figure of a Taoist. He wore a feathered crown and feathered robes. He seemed otherworldly, and his eyes were filled with the sun, moon, and stars. He seemed so dazzling. Naturally, the figure was the Tsang Dragon Taoist's figure. At the same time, a terrifying surge of starlight descended from the dome above the square. The starlight condensed into a rather huge screen of light. There were rows of words on the screen of light. You have passed the second world. You have the right to choose an emperor's artifact. An indifferent voice boomed out like thunder. Lu Hantian and the others stared at the figure in fear. The pressure from the Tsang Dragon Taoist figure was extremely intense and terrifying. It was the might of a saint. As it spread out, it faintly made them shudder. Zhuowen stared at the Tsang Dragon Taoist figure and nodded slightly. Back then, he had the right to choose an emperor-tier soul treasure after passing the first world. Now that he had passed the second world, he could naturally choose an emperor's artifact in the Azure Dragon Hall. If he could pass the third world, he would be able to completely control the Azure Dragon Hall. There were not many emperor's artifacts in the Azure Dragon Hall. There were only 5 of them. However, these 5 were basically high-level emperor's artifacts. Moreover, they were the best of the high-level emperor's artifacts. They were of higher quality and stronger than ordinary high-level emperor's artifacts. After all, the emperor's artifacts that could be kept in the Azure Dragon Hall by a saint like the Tsang Dragon Taoist were naturally 1 in a million. These 5 emperor's artifacts were the Gourd of Heaven and Earth, the Tai Chi Mysterious Gate, the Sky Burial 8 Spears, the Taisher Origin Sword, and the Thorny Divine Armor. Among them, the Tai Chi Mysterious Gate and the Thorny Divine Armor were defensive emperor's artifacts, while the Sky Burial 8 Spears and the Taisher Origin Sword were offensive emperor's artifacts, while the Gourd of Heaven and Earth was a special emperor's artifact. Now that my Buddhist avatar and demonic Tao avatar have both advanced to the emperor realm, their attacks can be considered extremely powerful. However, my original body is still at the peak of the heavenly master realm. It can be said that the most important original body is the weakest. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His gaze swept back and forth across the 5 emperor's artifacts. In the end, his gaze fell on the divine thorny armor and the Taiji Mysterious Gate. His original body was too weak, so he still planned to choose a defensive emperor's artifact to protect his body. The divine thorny armor was an inner armor made from poisonous vines and thorns in the abyss. After the inner armor was refined, a powerful divine inscription was drawn into it. It was said that the inner armor surface contained extremely powerful toxins. Low-level Emperor realm cultivators would definitely die if they touched it. Mid-level Emperor realm cultivators might even be seriously injured. High-level Emperor realm cultivators would also be in a sorry state because of the toxins. The Taiji Mysterious Gate was a giant gate that contained the power of Taiji Yin and Yang. Its defensive power was extremely abnormal. It was said that it could withstand a full-force attack from an invincible Emperor realm cultivator. It could also completely withstand the attacks of ordinary high-level Emperor realm cultivators. It had to be said that both the Divine Thorny Armor and the Taiji Mysterious Gate's defensive power had far exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Therefore, Zhuowen was a little reluctant to part with these two emperors' artifacts. After thinking about it, Zhuowen finally chose the Divine Thorny Armor. Firstly, the Divine Thorny Armor was an inner armor that could be worn under clothes. It had an extremely strong concealment ability. Outsiders would not be able to see the full appearance of the Divine Thorny Armor. Secondly, Zhuowen could wear the Armor of Thorns at any time. Even if he encountered a sneak attack, Zhuowen would not be afraid except for his head. For example, if he had the Armor of Thorns, he would not have needed to dodge the sneak attack from Jiuju. He would have been able to withstand Jiuju's killing blow. On the other hand, the Taiji Mysterious Gate needed to be activated. Unknowingly, it would take more time than the Divine Thorny Armor. Therefore, Zhuowen ultimately chose the Divine Thorny Armor. Have you chosen? The Song Dragon Taoist asked indifferently. Yes, the Divine Thorny Armor. Chapter 1225. Instant kill. Looking at the black light before him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Within the black light, there was a black armor floating quietly. The surface of the armor was made up of countless black thorns. Around the thorns, there were traces of black gas. Zhuowen knew that the gas was extremely poisonous. Relax your mind. I will help you refine the Divine Thorns armor into your Emperor weapon, Taoist Master Tsang Long said calmly. Zhuowen nodded and relaxed his mind. Taoist Master Tsang Long waved his sleeve, and a wave of energy swept out, enveloping Zhuowen. Then, the Divine Thorns armor entered Zhuowen's body. With a thought, Zhuowen's divine armor of thorns, which was covered with thorns, appeared on the surface of his body. Waves of terrifying poisonous gas lingered on the surface of his body like dark clouds, obscuring him from view. The Divine Thorns armor is an inner armor. You can hide it under your clothes, Taoist Master Tsang Long said calmly. Hearing that, Zhuowen's mind moved, and the divine armor of thorns on the surface of his body entered his body. With just a thought, the divine armor of thorns would appear on the surface of his body. It was very convenient. In addition to the terrifying defense and powerful poisonous gas on the surface of the Divine Thorns armor, Zhuowen believed that even a mid-level emperor would not be able to kill his body. When his body successfully entered the Emperor realm, he would be able to unleash more of the Divine Thorns armor's power. Even a high-level emperor would find it difficult to kill him. Since you are the first trial taker to pass the second heaven, you have the right to mobilize the Azure Dragon skeleton outside the Azure Dragon Hall 3 times. If you want to completely control the Azure Dragon Hall, you will have to pass the third heaven. Taoist Tsang Long spoke again. With a wave of his sleeve, the enormous illusory figure directly collapsed, turning into clouds and mist that constantly lingered. The instant Taoist Tsang Long disappeared, Zhuowen's mind seemed to be connected with the entire Azure Dragon Hall. With regards to the entire Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen felt a sense of control. Zhuowen knew that this should be the right that the Azure Dragon Taoist had given him to control the Azure Dragon Hall. However, he could only use this right 3 times. After 3 times, if he wanted to control it again, he could only wait until he passed through the 3 layers of heaven and earth. Zhuowen was that person just now that sung Long Taoist. He's still alive? Lu Hantian asked Zhuowen with shock in his eyes. Just now, the pressure emitted by the Tsang Long Taoist shadow was extremely terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate and his entire body to tremble. He knew that this was caused by the might of a saint. Zhuowen shook his head and said, to be more precise, the illusory figure just now should be a wisp of the Tsang Long Taoist divine consciousness. As for whether he's still alive, I'm not too sure. Just a wisp of divine consciousness. Everyone present looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Just a wisp of divine consciousness had such a terrifying, oppressive force. If the Tsang Long Taoist's real body came, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? After the shock, everyone regained their composure. They all looked at Zhuowen with a look of inquiry. Among them, Lu Hantian asked, Zhuowen, are we going out now? Zhuowen nodded. With a flip of his right hand, an azure dragon token appeared. At the same time, a spatial force enveloped Zhuowen and the others. Immediately after, they completely disappeared from the azure dragon hall. At this moment, the Muqin County outside had already been occupied by the Qing Xian Empire's army. The mysterious blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master and the 2 4th-level Emperors of the Blue Dragon all hovered silently in the air above the Muqin County. One of the Arcana Heavenly Masters frowned slightly. He asked the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master somewhat uncertainly, Master, we've been waiting outside for half a month. Is waiting like this really going to work? Who knows? Maybe Zhuowen has already been teleported to another place and escaped. Do you know more about formations than I do? The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master glanced at the Arcana Heavenly Master and asked indifferently. I wouldn't dare. The Arcana Heavenly Master hurriedly bowed. His eyes were filled with fear. The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, since Zhuowen was teleported away from here, if he returns, he will definitely be nearby. It's already been half a month. Let's wait for another half a month. If Zhuowen still doesn't appear, we'll leave the Qing Xian Empire and head to the Embittered Sea. We still have important matters to attend to there. The 2 Arcana Heavenly Masters nodded and bowed. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew very well just how high the status of the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master was in the Blue Dragon Hall. He was not someone they could compare to. As a result, the 2 of them did not dare to disobey the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master's words. Suddenly, the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was naturally noticed by the 2 Arcana Heavenly Masters behind him. One of them asked in surprise, Master, what is it? How brazen! That Zhuowen has actually come out. The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master murmured. The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master muttered softly. Before the 2 green-robed men could react, 2 towering demonic chi surged towards them. 2 terrifying figures, shrouded in demonic chi, shot towards them from behind the 3 of them. Boom! The blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master swung his sleeve. His terrifying mental energy turned into a sturdy barrier behind him. With a boom, the 2 beams of terrifying black energy were blocked by the sturdy barrier. A terrifying force radiated outwards. The expressions of the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master and the 2 Arcana Heavenly Masters changed slightly as they staggered backwards. Their gazes landed behind them where 6 figures stood. The leader of the 6 figures was a black-robed young man. The young man's sharp eyes stared indifferently at the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Master. Zhuowen, you actually dare to come out? The blue-robed arcana, heavenly master, narrowed his eyes. He stared closely at Zhuowen as his deep voice slowly rang out. The black-robed young man was naturally Zhuowen. His gaze also landed on the blue-robed arcana, heavenly master. An indifferent smile appeared on his face as he said, "Why wouldn't I dare to come out?" The blue-robed arcana, heavenly master, licked his lips and chuckled. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, the blue-robed arcana, heavenly master, wasted no more words. He took a step forward, and terrifying mental energy erupted from his Niwen palace, forming a storm of mental energy around him. Wrapped in the storm of mental energy, he shot forward as a terrifying blur. "Demon leader, stop him!" Zhuowen ordered the Grand Demon, Lord beside him indifferently. The Grand Demon, Lord, nodded and took a step forward. Monstrous demonic chi surged out and whistled through the air, making his hair flutter wildly. The Grand Demon Lord was currently a third-level demon emperor. His battle prowess was even more terrifying than Zhuowen's demonic Dao clone. After all, he was originally a high-level demon emperor. His battle prowess was extraordinary. He might not be the blue-robed arcana heavenly master's opponent, but he was more than capable of stopping him. Third-level demon emperor, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master could not help but murmur. He had never thought that Zhuowen would bring someone as powerful as the Grand Demon Lord with him. Although he was only a third-level demon emperor, his battle prowess was probably much more terrifying than regular fourth-level demon emperors. "The two of you capture Zhuowen." Although the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was surprised by the presence of a third-level demon emperor from the Grand Demon Lord, he did not take it too seriously. With his strength as an arcana heavenly master, there was no need for him to fear the Grand Demon Lord. The two green-robed men nodded slightly. Immediately, two pairs of sharp eyes stared intently at Zhuo when in front of them as they simultaneously revealed a ferocious smile. This was because they discovered that Zhuowen's presence was still only at the peak of the heavenly exalt level. To them, he was only an ant-like existence. With their strength, capturing Zhuowen would be a piece of cake. Lu Hantian beside Zhuowen was also a third-level demon emperor, but the two azure-robed men were fourth-level demon emperors. They did not take the Lu Hantian seriously at all. Boom, boom, boom. The blue-robed arcana heavenly master and the Grand Demon Lord immediately clashed. Their battle was extremely intense, but the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was clearly not simple. He actually managed to suppress the Grand Demon Lord. However, the Grand Demon Lord was no pushover. After all, he was a high-level demon emperor. It was just that he had yet to recover. So his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. As a result, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master could sense how difficult the Grand Demon Lord was to deal with during the battle. He frowned slightly. Although he wanted to finish off the Grand Demon Lord as soon as possible, the latter was extremely slippery. The latter knew that it was very unlikely for him to be the blue-robed arcana heavenly master's opponent in a head-on clash, so he chose to use a roundabout strategy. Although the Grand Demon Lord was difficult to deal with, the blue-robed arcana heavenly master was not in a hurry. The two azure-robed men were fourth-level demon emperors. They were more than enough to capture Zhuowen. Die! The speed of the two green-robed men was very fast, and they arrived in front of Zhuo in an instant. Soon after, the two of them unleashed extremely terrifying attacks, which rumbled as they smashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood quietly at the same spot. He raised his head and looked at the two attacks that were crushing down. A slight arc appeared at the corners of his mouth. "You're actually smiling when you're about to die. I think you've lost your mind." The two azure-robed men also noticed the curve on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth. They were startled at first, but soon after, they loudly mocked him. "Demon body, have a good massacre." Zhuowen remained unmoved. He licked his lips as monstrous demonic qi surged out of his body. The demonic qi descended and turned into a terrifying demon body. Zhuowen's eyes were eerily cold. He held a demonic slaughter blade in his hand. He took a step forward and swung the demonic slaughter blade horizontally. Destruction of life. An indifferent voice resounded across the sky. Demonic clouds covered the entire sky, causing the entire Muqing County to descend into a dark and lightless state. Above the demonic clouds, a black and red blade shadow descended and smashed onto the bodies of the two green-robed men. Ugh, ugh. Chapter 12:26. Filled with doubts, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master continued to tangle with the Grand Demon Lord in a playful manner. His mental energy was extremely terrifying. Although the Grand Demon Lord was extremely powerful, he still struggled to break through the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master's mental energy defenses. However, the Grand Demon Lord was once a high-rank demon emperor. He was extremely slippery. Although he was at a disadvantage in this battle, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master was unable to do anything to him. That Zhuowen should have been captured by now. The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master frowned slightly at how difficult it was to deal with the Grand Demon Lord. However, he did not mind too much. His target was Zhuowen in the first place. As long as he captured Zhuowen, defeating the Grand Demon Lord would only be a matter of time. Ugh, ugh. When the blue-robed Arcana Heavenly Masters' indifferent gaze landed on the battle between the two azure-robed men and Zhuowen, his body suddenly trembled. He was stunned on the spot because the two azure-robed men with terrifying presences had actually been reduced to a bloody mist by a single slash of the blade. They could not be any more dead than that. Dead. The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master's eyes narrowed to the size of needles. He stared intently at the figure that had killed the two green-robed men. This person had strange black-red hair, and his eyes alternated between black and red. He appeared extremely strange and terrifying. Another avatar? The blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master quickly noticed Zhuowen's actual body nearby. Coupled with the fact that the demonic body's appearance was so similar to Zhuowen's, the blue-robed Arcana Heaven Master knew that this young man with monstrous demonic aura was very likely Zhuowen's avatar. However, what surprised the blue-robed Arcanist was that Zhuowen's external avatar should be a Buddhist avatar. Why was it a demon avatar that appeared in front of him now? Moreover, the cultivation of this demon avatar was extremely terrifying. It had reached the third-layer demon emperor, coupled with the unexpected attack just now. It was no wonder that the two green-robed men were killed by Zhuowen before they could even react. Third Heaven Demon Sovereign and Third Heaven Emperor Realm were two completely different concepts. Demon sovereigns were much stronger than emperors of the same level. Moreover, Zhuowen's Demon Dao clone cultivated an extremely powerful supreme demon battle art. Zhuowen's Demon Dao clone was even more terrifying than ordinary demon sovereigns. Killing a fourth Heaven Emperor wasn't a problem at all. It even had the strength to fight a fifth Heaven Emperor. Moreover, the two green-robed men only saw that Zhuowen's main body was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, so they didn't guard against Zhuowen's move at all. Therefore, they were easily destroyed by the demonic avatar. Boom! While the blue-robed Arcanist Master was stunned, the Grand Demon Lord, this old fox, was rather sinister. He moved strangely and instantly appeared in front of the blue-robed Arcanist Heavenly Master. He struck out with his palm, and the Grand Demon Battle Chi transformed into an extremely terrifying Grand Demon, halberd that shot forward like an arrow. Thud, thud, thud. The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, hadn't expected the Grand Demon Lord to launch a sneak attack at this time. Therefore, he was in a rather sorry state as he blocked the Grand Demon halberd. He retreated several hundred steps and waved his sleeve. Countless mental energy storms gathered in front of him, blocking the incoming Grand Demon halberd. What's going on with this Zhuowen? He's only disappeared for half a month, so how did his strength increase so much? And he even brought out another third Heaven Demon Emperor. This guy, the blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, became extremely stern. He discovered that Zhuowen had quite a few secrets, coupled with the fact that the Azure Emperor had said that this person possessed an extremely powerful dragon soul and was a descendant of the Ryuka. The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master's eyes flickered. He knew that the teleportation formation back then was probably not simple. He wondered where Zhuowen's group had gone half a month ago. Their strength had actually increased by leaps and bounds. The demonic avatar landed beside Zhuowen after killing the two green-robed individuals. Zhuowen's actual body took a step forward and arrived beside the Grand Devil Master. Both of his eyes stared at the blurry face of the blue-robed arcane Heavenly Master in front of him as he coldly said, "Who exactly are you? Why don't you show your true appearance?" The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, laughed softly and said, "If you tell me what happened to you in the past half a month, I'll tell you my identity. What do you think, Zhuowen?" Zhuowen, on the other hand, sneered again and again. This blue-robed arcana, Heavenly Master, was truly wishful thinking. The Azure Dragon Palace was Zhuowen's greatest secret. If he revealed it, then Zhuowen, would definitely be targeted by the big shots of the Nine Nether Realm. At that time, it was unlikely that Zhuowen, would possess such a secret, and it would be divided up sooner or later. The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, actually wanted to use his identity to exchange for information about the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuowen was not stupid. How could he possibly agree? The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, also noticed the cold smile on Zhuowen's face. He knew that it was very unlikely that Zhuowen would reveal it, so he shook his head and said with some pity, "My identity is actually quite helpful to you. It's a pity that you don't plan on exchanging it, so forget it." With that, the blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master, waved his sleeve, and a shuttle-like object appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying mental energy surged out and acted on the shuttle-like object. An extremely long pillar of blue gas shot out from the back of the shuttle-like object. With a swish, it shot off into the distance. "Zhuowen, we'll meet again very soon because you're still quite useful to me. Ha ha." The blue-robed Arcanist, Heavenly Master's loud laughter rang out from the horizon the moment he shot off. "Master, should we give chase?" the Grand Demon Lord asked as he looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "That person is unfathomable. Even if we catch up to him, it'll be difficult for us to take him down. Moreover, I've discovered that he hasn't used his full strength at all. It's like he's toying with us." With that, Zhuowen's gaze locked onto the black that was moving further and further away. Many doubts arose in his heart. What did that person mean by that last sentence? They would meet again very soon. So where would they meet again? Could it be a gleam of light flashed through Zhuowen's eyes when he thought of that? He knew that it was very likely that the Arcanist, Heavenly Master, planned on heading to the tomb as well. When that happened, he would probably run into him again. "He's coming to the tomb as well," Zhuowen murmured softly. His gaze became much colder. "Zhuowen, what should the Qing Xian Empire do?" Lu Han Tian arrived beside Zhuowen and asked softly. The Qingxian Empire, the Azure Emperor, was already dead, and the Blue Dragon Hall would definitely not be interested in such a remote place. From a certain perspective, the Qingxian Empire was without a master. I plan to send someone to become the new emperor of the Qingxian Empire. Zhuowen pondered for a moment before spitting out these words. Actually, the Qingxian Empire was not of much use to Zhuowen, who had the Azure Dragon Hall. However, Zhuowen was still trapped in the 18th floor of the Imperial City's prison. If there was no one to guard him, Zhuowen would not be at ease. Therefore, he planned to choose a trusted aide from the Ryuka to oversee the Qingxian Empire. Lu Hantian nodded and said, "If you want to oversee the Qingxian Empire, you must be a cultivator of the sovereign realm." Zhuowen nodded and said, "I've already considered this matter." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token and summoned a figure from the Azure Dragon Hall. This person was not very old and had 2 long white eyebrows. He looked extremely strange. He was one of the 5 servants of Zhuowen by Mei. All 5 of Zhuowen's servants had reached the sovereign realm. Among them, Xiang was far ahead and had reached the Second Heaven Emperor realm. Zhuowen was quite satisfied with their cultivation progress. "Master," Bai Mei bowed respectfully. "Bai Mei, I want you to oversee the Qingxian Empire and become the new emperor of the empire. You will protect my father, Zhuo Xiaotian, who is in the great restrictive spell formation." Zhuowen said plainly. Bai Mei was stunned and hesitated. He was not stupid. The flow of time in the Azure Dragon Hall was extremely fast. In addition, the Yuan Qi in the Azure Dragon Hall was many times denser than in the Qingxian Empire. If he stayed in the Qingxian Empire, the gap between him and the other Ryuka would be widened very quickly. This was why he was so hesitant. "Oversee the Qingxian Empire, and I will remember your contribution. When I return, I will help you to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Do you agree?" Zhuowen said calmly. Bai Mei's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that although Zhuowen seemed to be asking for his opinion, his tone was commanding. If he did not agree, he would leave a bad impression on Zhuowen. At that time, he would not be valued. If he agreed, although his cultivation level would be surpassed by the other Ryuka for a short period of time, Zhuowen would help him to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. He would also be valued by Zhuowen. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Bai Mei agreed without hesitation. Zhuowen nodded as a wisp of an arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Very good. If you're able to satisfy me, then I won't treat you unfairly at that time." Hearing this, Bai Mei revealed an excited expression. Zhuowen's promise was quite heavy. After all, he knew that Zhuowen would very likely inherit the saint's inheritance, the Azure Dragon Palace. In other words, Zhuowen had a high chance of entering the saint stage. The sage was a legendary figure. If he could get the attention of such a figure, Bai Mei knew that he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, the last bit of unhappiness in his heart about being in charge of the Qingxian Empire disappeared. "Let's go. Let's make a trip to the Imperial City." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out the black cloud sail. Rolling black clouds rose into the sky and broke through the sky. Soon, they arrived at the Imperial City. The Imperial City was much quieter. Although there were many warriors in the city, most of them were in a state of fear. After all, half a month ago, the ruler of the Qingxian Empire, Emperor Qing, was killed in front of their eyes. Many warriors were worried that Zhuowen, who killed Emperor Qing, would come to the Imperial City to seek revenge. He Yunfan quickly landed outside the Imperial City's dungeon. The guards here had long since dispersed, making the place look like a desolate land. Chapter 1227. Back to the college inside the endless flames. Zhuo Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. He raised his head and stared at Zhuowen, who was outside the grand formation, with a smile on his face. "Father, I don't have the ability to save you now," Zhuowen said dejectedly. Zhuo Xiaotian shook his head and said, "Zhuowen, you don't have to blame yourself. How old are you? There aren't many people at your age who are comparable to the Emperor realm. Your talent is even greater than Father's. As for this grand formation, Father will naturally break it. As long as Father is given some time, Father will smoothly comprehend the Saint Rune law and become an invincible Emperor Lord." Zhuo Xiaotian's eyes flickered. He was only a little bit away from becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. In fact, with Zhuo Xiaotian's current cultivation and accumulation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. However, Zhuo Xiaotian wasn't willing to become a half-saint directly. He knew that if he became a half-saint like this, he would at most be an ordinary half-saint. His future achievements wouldn't last long. Only by becoming an invincible Emperor Lord would his potential be deep enough. When he became a half-saint or a saint, his battle strength would definitely surpass that of an ordinary half-saint or saint. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't doubt Zhuo Xiaotian's words at all. After all, the latter's talent was there for all to see. He knew that Zhuo Xiaotian had been imprisoned in the Imperial City's dungeon before he reached the Emperor realm. 20 years had passed, and Zhuo Xiaotian's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had reached the 9th layer Emperor realm and was only a step away from becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen believed that if Zhuo Xiaotian were to cultivate in the Azure Dragon Hall, his progress would only be faster if he had been able to achieve such a proud result in 20 years of time in the dark dungeon of the Imperial City. "I might be able to find the Saint Rune law in the Emperor's tomb. If I can find it, I'll give it to Father and let him comprehend it faster to become an invincible Emperor Lord." Zhuowen muttered to himself as he looked at Zhuo Xiaotian in the grand formation. In fact, when Zhuowen entered the Azure Dragon Palace, he had guessed that the Azure Dragon Palace might contain the Saint Rune law. However, he couldn't find any traces of the Saint Rune law even after searching inside and out. He knew that he hadn't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace, so he wasn't qualified to obtain the Azure Dragon Taoist Saint Rune law. According to Blackie, the Tsang Dragon Taoist was probably an extremely powerful saint, so the Saint Rune law, he comprehended, should also be quite powerful. If he could really obtain the Saint Rune law of the Tsang Dragon Taoist, it would definitely be beneficial to Zhuowen. Senior, Lu Hantian, and the others came over while Zhuowen and Lu Hantian were talking. Among them, Lu Hantian cupped his hands respectfully to Zhuo Xiaotian. Zhuo Xiaotian was the one who guided him in the Imperial City's dungeon and helped him successfully break through to the Emperor realm. Therefore, in a sense, Zhuo Xiaotian could be considered Lu Hantian's half-master. Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan already knew about Zhuo Xiaotian's identity during the battle in the Imperial City. In particular, Zhuo Xiaotian was able to successfully break through to the 9th level Emperor realm in the Dark Imperial City's dungeon. He was extremely impressed. "Zhuowen, he's your father?" Lu Yitao, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing looked at each other and asked in unison. "Yes, he's my father, Zhuo Xiaotian," Zhuowen said calmly. "So strong." Grand Demon Lord stared at Zhuo Xiaotian in the great restrictive spell formation with fear and muttered in a low voice. After all, he was once a high-level demon emperor, but he still felt a strong sense of oppression when facing Zhuo Xiaotian. He knew that even if he was at his peak, he would most likely be defeated by this man in front of him. This man was very close to becoming a sage-to-be. "Father, we plan to go to the Bitter Sea Emperor's tomb this time. We want to find an opportunity to improve ourselves there." Zhuowen turned around and looked at Zhuo Xiaotian. At the same time, he briefly explained the situation of the emperor's tomb so that Zhuo Xiaotian had a little understanding of the emperor's tomb. Rewards are often accompanied by danger. There may be many rare treasures in the emperor's tomb, but I'm afraid it's also very dangerous. "You'd better be careful," Zhuo Xiaotian said worriedly. Zhuowen nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will." After chatting for a while, Zhuowen left the Qingxian Empire with Lu Hantian and the others, leaving by May to guard the imperial capital. Of course, he would also spread Ryuka's influence to the Qingxian Empire. "Be careful." Zhuo Xiaotian silently stared at the figure that disappeared into the horizon. His figure slowly fell into the bottomless darkness below. After leaving the Qingxian Empire, Zhuowen and the others rushed to the desolate ancient city. After buying 5 tickets in the desolate ancient city, they rushed to the auspicious god island without stopping. After spending about a month, they finally arrived at the auspicious god island. Zhuowen arranged for Lu Hantian and the others to stay in an inn in the main city. Then he went straight to the academy. It had already been 2 months since he left the academy, and there was only a month left before the opening of the emperor's tomb. After entering the academy, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the academy had become much more excited. Many students who passed by had eager expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they were all planning to show off their skills in the emperor's tomb. After returning to the academy, Zhuowen did not go to the dormitory of the new students. Instead, he went to the area where the fragrant ink pavilion was located. Before he left, he had asked Moyan Wushang to take good care of Jianan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xian Xing. Junior Zhuowen, what a coincidence. Zhuowen had just entered the fragrant ink pavilion's area when a rather familiar voice was heard. Zhuowen tilted her head to look, and immediately noticed that Cheng Dong, who was dressed in a green robe, was slowly walking over with a refined smile on his face. Cheng Dong was one of the higher-ups of the fragrant ink pavilion. When he entered the outer court assessment, Cheng Dong had helped him. Therefore, his relationship with Cheng Dong was quite good. "Senior Cheng Dong, I'm here to look for Miss Wushang. I wonder if she's here?" Zhuowen asked with a faint smile. Cheng Dong nodded and said, "Follow me. The pavilion master knows that if you return to the academy, you will definitely come back to look for her." After saying that, Cheng Dong lifted his feet and walked towards the depths of the fragrant ink pavilion. Zhuowen also followed behind him unhurriedly. The area of the fragrant ink pavilion was quite large. There were dozens of pavilions and pavilions inside. There were also many members of the fragrant ink pavilion. They were all wearing black and white uniforms. On the way, many members of the fragrant ink pavilion smiled and greeted Cheng Dong. The latter also greeted them one by one. His attitude was so good that it was impeccable. When they approached a courtyard, Zhuowen heard the faint sound of a guqin. The clear sound of the guqin was like a high mountain and flowing water. It filled Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily relax his body and mind. He fell into the artistic conception of the guqin music. In the artistic conception, Zhuowen discovered that he had become a bird, flying freely in the sky. When the two of them arrived at the courtyard, the pleasant sound of the guqin came to an abrupt stop. Soon after, Zhuowen regained his senses. His gaze fell on the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a white jade pavilion that was nearly 10 feet tall. In the pavilion, a graceful woman in a long dress sat quietly in front of the guqin. Her delicate hands were gently placed on the guqin. "You've come." The woman slowly lifted her head. revealing an exquisite face that was like a porcelain doll. The corners of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc. A gentle voice sounded, like a cool breeze, giving people a comfortable feeling. This woman was naturally the pavilion master of the fragrant ink pavilion Moyen Wushang. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, his gaze fell on the four figures standing not far from the courtyard. These four people were the ones that Zhuowen was looking for: Jia Nan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xian Xing. The four of them seemed to have just regained their senses from the Guqin music. When they noticed Zhuowen, who had appeared in the courtyard, their eyes revealed an excited expression. "Big brother Zhua, you've returned quite quickly." Jia Nan giggled and hurriedly ran in front of Zhuowen. She sized up the ladder and said with a smile. Although Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xianxing did not speak, the deep concern in their eyes was keenly captured by Zhuowen. Clearly, their feelings were similar to Jia Nan's. It was just that the way they expressed it was different from Jia Nan's. "I returned to the Qingxian Empire to deal with some trivial matters. There's nothing much to do," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Zhuowen, you're here for the Emperor's tomb, right?" Moyen Wushang suddenly asked. Zhuowen nodded his head and said, "Yes, there should be less than a month before the Emperor's tomb opens. When are we leaving for the Emperor's tomb?" Moyen Wushang shook his head and said, "There's no rush. The Emperor's tomb is not particularly far from the excellent Spirit Island. We can leave half a month in advance." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He nodded his head and said, "You're right. Didn't you say that the unvoiced sound pavilion's pavilion master, Qingyin, was also planning to come? Why don't I see her?" "She's busy with some trivial matters in the unvoiced sound pavilion. I'll hand her over in half a month. At that time, we'll go to the Emperor's tomb together. There's strength in numbers. This way, we can share many things," Moyen Wushang said with a smile. "Since there's still half a month, please prepare a suite for us. Half a month later, we'll follow you to the Emperor's tomb." Zhuowen nodded his head and said, Moyen Wushang nodded his head and said, "Okay, I'll immediately send someone to prepare a room for you. However, I want to remind everyone that this trip to the Emperor's tomb should be filled with danger. If you're not confident, I feel that everyone shouldn't participate." Zhuowen and the others naturally nodded their heads. Soon after, they were pulled away by the servants prepared by Moyen Wushang to prepare a room. Chapter 1228. Sun Shuttle Currently. The Demon Dao avatar was Zhuowen's most powerful avatar. His cultivation was at the third Heaven Demon Emperor realm, and his combat strength was comparable to a fifth Heaven Demon Emperor. If this avatar was well hidden, Zhuowen would be more confident in his trip to the Emperor's tomb. Use the 100 Transformation Divine art to change the appearance of the Demon Dao avatar. Zhuowen looked at the Demon Dao avatar and silently circulated the 100 Transformation Divine art in his body. Of course, this cultivation technique was not targeted at his body, but the Demon Dao avatar. Sizzle! Sizzle! The Demon Dao avatar's face began to change gradually. In the end, it turned into a young man with a cold and stern face. Moreover, there was a gloomy aura emitting from his body that gave people an uncomfortable feeling. The Demon Dao avatar revealed a strange smile. It turned into a demonic eye and entered the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and muttered, after leaving Excellent God Island, "I will secretly release the Demon Dao avatar and let it enter the Emperor's tomb as a rogue cultivator." As time passed, the atmosphere in the academy became more and more stagnant. During this period of time, many students bought tickets to the islands near the Emperor's tomb. Half a month later, the Dean and Elder Huixia were also ready to leave the Emperor's tomb. That is, Master Mufeng's Sun Shuttle. On this day, A blazing sun slowly rose in the sky above the Academy's arcane tower. If one looked closely, they would see a streamlined shuttle floating silently in the middle of the blazing sun. This blazing shuttle was extremely famous in the Academy. It was called the Sun Shuttle. Everyone knew that Master Mufong had created the Sun-Moon Shuttle, a transportation tool that could freely travel through the Sea of Bitterness. However, the Sun-Moon Shuttle had too many limitations. It could only accommodate 2 people at most. This was the biggest drawback. However, the functions of the Sun Shuttle were similar to the Sun-Moon Shuttle. The only difference was that the Sun Shuttle could accommodate dozens of people. Furthermore, its speed was many times faster than the boundless sailboat in the ancient city of Desolation. It was Master Mufeng's proudest creation. Moreover, it was said that there was only one Sun Shuttle in existence. After all, the requirements to create the Sun Shuttle were too strict. It was impossible to mass produce it. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the courtyard. He also noticed the Sun Shuttle in the sky. At this moment, Jianan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Xianxing also came out of the courtyard. Even Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin had also arrived at the courtyard. Looks like the headmaster, and the others are about to set off as well. It's said that the Sun Shuttle is extremely fast, and it only takes 3 days to reach the Emperor's tomb. I really want to go up and take a look. Jianan muttered in a low voice, somewhat envious. Zhuowen patted Jianan's head and said with a smile, "Perhaps there will be a chance." At the same time, Zhuowen also nodded slightly at Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin. In 2 months, Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin's cultivation had improved. However, there was still some distance between them and the Emperor realm. This time, if they could obtain the Emperor's heart in the Emperor's tomb, it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter the Emperor realm. On the Sun Shuttle, Master Mufong stood quietly at the bow of the ship. Behind him, Headmaster Moyan, Bai Yen, and Elder Huaxia stood side by side on the deck. Behind them, there were 6 figures standing quietly. 5 of them were the inner courtyard geniuses that Elder Huaxia had brought along. The 6th one was somewhat unexpected. It was the number 1 on the Heavenly Master list, Xieyu. The Sun Shuttle was Master Mufeng's proudest creation. It wasn't something that just anyone could board. Moyan Bai Yen, Elder Huaxia, and the other 5 inner courtyard geniuses had extraordinary statuses. It was reasonable for them to be invited by Master Mufong. However, although Xieyu was the number 1 on the Heavenly Master list, he wasn't an Emperor Realm warrior. Many people were puzzled that he could board the Sun Shuttle. Zhuowen, Xie, you made a breakthrough half a month ago. He is now a first-level Emperor Realm warrior. He is also the only first-level Emperor Realm warrior among the outer courtyard disciples. Just like Sister Qin Shui, I'm afraid that he will soon be brought into the inner courtyard by Elder Huaxia and become an official disciple of Sky Capital Peak. Moyan Wushang suddenly said softly, "Oh, he has made a breakthrough?" Zhuowen was slightly surprised. No wonder, Xie, you was able to board the Sun Shuttle. It turned out that he had made a breakthrough. As the only Emperor Realm warrior in the outer courtyard, he was indeed qualified to board the Sun Shuttle. Master Mufong stood at the bow of the shuttle and looked down at the Academy. His gaze fell on the courtyard where Zhuowen was. A smile appeared on his face as he said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, you should board as well." When these words were spoken, many people in the Academy raised their eyebrows in succession. The rumor about Zhuowen and Master Mufong having an extraordinary relationship had already spread out when Zhuowen and Evil Moon had fought on the duel arena. However, the majority of people only thought that this was a false rumor and did not take it to heart. However, it seemed that this was not a rumor, but a fact. Master Mu Feng's relationship with Zhuowen was indeed not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly invited Zhuowen to board the Sun shuttle. In an instant, Zhuowen became the focus of everyone's attention. Even the dean, Elder Hui Xie, and the others on the Sun shuttle looked at Zhuowen. Xie Yu's eyes emitted an extremely cold light as he stared at Zhuowen. Back then, when Zhuowen was registered as an honorary disciple of the inner courtyard, he had been defeated in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation for him. Therefore, his hatred for Zhuowen could only be described as monstrous. This was especially so when he saw Master Mu Feng personally invite Zhuowen. This caused the flames of jealousy in his heart to burn even brighter. Zhuowen nodded. He wasn't too surprised that Master Mu Feng would invite him to board the Sun shuttle. Back when he repaired the river diagram array in the arcane tower, Master Mu Feng's attitude towards him was a little strange. Or rather, Master Mu Feng seemed to treat Zhuowen a little too well. Originally, Zhuowen didn't have any doubts about this. However, as time passed, he realized that something was wrong. However, Master Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master after all. Such an existence was much stronger than Zhuowen. There didn't seem to be anything on Zhuowen that Master Mu Feng would covet. Therefore, although Zhuowen was puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Master Mu Feng, Zhuowen is only at the heavenly venerate realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to board the Sun shuttle. Wouldn't Master Mu Feng sully the Sun shuttle by inviting such a guy? An ambiguous voice slowly sounded, causing Zhuowen's eyes to emit a cold light. He turned his head to look at Evil Moon and said indifferently, "You said that I'm not qualified. Are you saying that you're qualified?" Master Mu Feng didn't say anything. He just watched silently. He didn't answer or interfere. Evil Moon sneered and said, "I've already advanced to the Imperial Power realm half a month ago. Moreover, I'll soon become an official disciple of the Inner Yard. Do you think that I'm not qualified? Since you said that I'm not qualified, do you dare to fight with me? A life and death battle. Life and death are up to fate. If you can kill me, then what you said should be true. I, Zhuowen, am indeed not qualified. Even death can't wipe out my crimes. However, if you're killed by me, then what you said is nonsense. You're the one who's not qualified," Zhuowen said indifferently. As soon as he said this, many people in the college gasped. Zhuowen was really bold. He actually challenged Evil Moon to a life and death battle. They just didn't know if Evil Moon would accept the challenge. After looking at Zhuowen for a while, everyone's eyes fell on Evil Moon, whose face was gloomy. They wanted to see if Evil Moon would agree to Zhuowen's request for a life and death duel. Evil Moon's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart trembled. He had already experienced how terrifying Zhuowen's combat strength was 2 months ago. At that time, not only had Zhuowen defeated him, but he had also defeated the genius of the Inner Yard, Lanju. Lanju was also a first-level Great Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, his combat strength was stronger than an ordinary first-level Great Emperor Realm expert. However, he was still defeated by Zhuowen, let alone Evil Moon, who had just advanced to the Great Emperor Realm. "What? You don't dare to accept the challenge?" Zhuowen's tone carried a hint of mockery, which made Evil Moon's face even gloomier. However, he surprisingly didn't reply. Such a reaction caused many students in the college to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Evil Moon with strange gazes. They had heard that before Evil Moon had advanced to the Great Emperor Realm, he had been defeated by Zhuowen. Now, Evil Moon had advanced to the Great Emperor Realm, and Zhuowen was still at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. However, in the face of the latter's challenge, Evil Moon began to hesitate. Evil Moon's reaction naturally caused an uproar in the hearts of many students. "You don't even dare to accept the challenge of a peak heavenly master. You're worthy of being the former #1 genius on the heavenly master list, and now an official disciple of Tiandu Peak. When Zhuowen's mocking words left his mouth, Evil Moon's gaze changed slightly. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Zhuowen. However, he still didn't step forward. Thinking of Lan Zhu's failure back then, Evil Moon didn't dare to take the gamble. His life and death were up to fate. He knew that once he agreed, either he or Zhuowen would die. In addition to Zhuowen's unbridled tone, Evil Moon didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, he had advanced to the Imperial realm and had the qualifications to become an official disciple of the Inner Yard. He didn't need to gamble with his life with Zhuowen. All right, we're all geniuses of the college. Let's not quarrel over this matter. Since Master Mufeng has personally invited you, Zhuowen, come on up, the college chief said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. Then he glanced at Jia, Nan, Gatha, and the others and said, I wonder if I can bring my friends on the Sun Shuttle? Master Mufeng calmly glanced at Jia, Nan, Gatha, and the others beside Zhuowen. His eyes flickered as he said, Sure, come on up. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect Master Mufeng to be so easy to talk to. He actually agreed to let him bring Jianan and the others on the Sun Shuttle. He had a good impression of Master Mufeng. He nodded and led the excited Jianan and the others onto the Sun Shuttle under the envious gazes of countless students. Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin also boarded the Sun Shuttle after Zhuowen because of the college chief. Let's go now. Chapter 12:29. Black Wind Island. The howling sea breeze brushed past his face and blew up Zhuowen's dense black short hair. Zhuowen stood silently on the deck and looked down at the deep and pitch-black surface of the Sea of Misery, and his gaze flickered endlessly. The monstrous and enormous black waves that casually gushed out from the surface of the sea were like a shapeless hand in the darkness that grabbed the hearts of everyone. However, when these huge black waves crashed onto the surface of the Sun Shuttle, the surface of the Sun Shuttle would emit a blazing light. If one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there were complicated runes within the light. This was the defensive Yuan array that Grandmaster Mufeng had drawn. He must have spent a lot of precious materials to create such a powerful defense. After all, the towering black waves couldn't shake the Sun Shuttle at all. Even Zhuowen, who was on the deck, didn't feel the Sun Shuttle shaking. It was extremely stable. The 5 geniuses of the inner courtyard, standing on the other side of the deck, looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes, especially Lan Zhu. He didn't even bother to hide the murderous glint in his eyes. When Zhuowen had defeated him, he had lost all his face. The other 4 geniuses were Lan Zhu's senior and junior brothers. Naturally, they didn't like Zhuowen. With Zhuowen's perception, he naturally felt the unfriendly gazes of the 5 geniuses. However, he didn't care too much. The strongest among the 5 geniuses should be the white-clothed man called Baiyu. His cultivation was around the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Lan Zhu was the weakest among the 5, only at the 1st level of the Emperor realm. Although Baiyu didn't like Zhuowen, he didn't show it, or rather, he didn't care too much about Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was only a peak heavenly venerate. Even if he had the strength to defeat Lan Zhu, Baiyu wouldn't pay too much attention to him. After all, he was a genius of Sky Capital Peak and a mid-level Emperor Realm expert. His horizons were much higher than Lan Zhu's. After Zhuowen boarded the Sun Shuttle, he used a communication jade talisman to contact Lu Hantian, the Grand Demon Lord, and the other 4 who were still in the main city. They were to head to the shore of Jianshan Island to buy tickets and meet up on the island near the tomb. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly walked over to Elder Huaxia and asked in a low voice, "Elder Huaxia, Can you tell me the method to enter the inner court? After all, I'm already an unnamed disciple of the inner court. Elder Huaxia glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and waved his sleeve. Although the inner courtyard is extremely mysterious to outsiders, it's not that mysterious to us. This is a map of the divine specter realm. The method to enter the inner courtyard is marked on it. Zhuowen did not expect Elder Huaxia to agree so readily. He kept the map, cupped his hands, and walked to the side of the deck. The Emperor's tomb could be said to be the center of the entire Sea of Bitterness. In the region of the Emperor's tomb, the sea water was exceptionally black, like ink. It was impossible to see what was in the water. A giant black storm swept through the entire Emperor's tomb sea region. It was about 10 miles wide. Above the black storm, there were countless black clouds. Within the black clouds, there was a mix of purple and blue lightning. Rumble! A purplish-blue thunderbolt streaked across the void from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the black storm and making it look particularly conspicuous and ferocious. It was like an ancient giant beast that was about to devour everything in the world. That's the most famous black storm in the Emperor's tomb. The black storm has the power to devour everything. If a warrior's strength is not enough to enter, he will be devoured by the black storm. Not even his bones will be left. Moyan Wushang slowly came to Zhuowen's side. His beautiful eyes stared at the giant black storm in the distance. His eyes were filled with fear. The black storm should be extremely terrifying. Not only did he see fear in Moyan Wushang's eyes, even the Dean and Elder Huaxia's faces changed slightly. The black storm can only be said to be the first obstacle in the Emperor's tomb. What's more terrifying is the 9 heavens purple profound lightning that is mixed in the black storm. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning is an extremely terrifying lightning energy that is born from the black storm. It is said that if it hits a mid-level emperor directly, even a high-level emperor will be severely injured. Moyan Wushang continued to speak slowly. What? It's that terrifying? Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart trembled. The black storm was already terrifying enough, but the 9 heavens purple profound lightning that was mixed in the black storm was even more terrifying. A mid-level emperor would be blasted to pieces, and even a high-level emperor would be severely injured by the 9 heavens purple profound lightning. If he was unlucky enough to be struck by the 9 heavens purple profound lightning, there would be nothing left of him. Hee, Zhuowen, you don't have to be so surprised. The 9 heavens purple profound lightning has a difference in strength. Wushang is just bluffing. If the 9 heavens purple profound lightning is completely purple, a mid-level emperor might not be able to withstand it. However, if it is a blue 9 heavens purple profound lightning, its power is much weaker. Ordinary, low-level emperors can withstand it. The purple profound lightning that is in between the two should be able to threaten low-level emperors, but not mid-level emperors. The dean came to Zhuowen's side, unknowingly, and explained with a smile. However, his face soon became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "However, for you guys, even the weakest 9 heavens purple profound lightning might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, when you enter the black storm, try to be as careful as possible." Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang nodded their heads when they heard the dean's serious advice. The dean chatted with Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang for a while before he left. Zhuowen came to Jianan and Mo Lingtian's side and said in a serious tone, "This trip to the Emperor's tomb is extremely dangerous. The 4 of you have to be careful. When the time comes, follow me closely." The strength of Jianan and the other 3 had increased quite quickly. Among them, Jianan had reached the peak of the Golden Venerate level, while Mo Lingtian had reached the Heavenly Venerate level. What surprised Zhuowen the most was that Gatha had also reached the Heavenly Venerate level. Her cultivation speed was so fast that it exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. The Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul is indeed powerful. It can actually help Gatha cultivate so quickly. I wonder how much power Gatha can use from the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul. Zhuowen took a deep look at Gatha and muttered in his heart. Xiao He had praised Gatha's Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul very much. It was said that if this armored soul could be completely controlled, Gatha would definitely become an expert in the future. As for Jianan, because he had the undying armored soul, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the golden venerate level, an ordinary heavenly venerate level warrior would find it difficult to deal with him. On the other hand, Xianxing's talent was much worse than Jianan and the other two. She was still only at the sovereign level. Entering the emperor's tomb with such a cultivation was actually an act of seeking death. Perhaps because she felt Zhuowen's surprised gaze, Xianxing's beautiful eyes flashed, and she forced a smile. This time, I'm only here to take a look at the emperor's tomb. If it's really too dangerous, I'll just take a look from the periphery. I don't plan to enter the emperor's tomb. Hearing Xianxing's words, Zhuowen nodded and said, The emperor's tomb is indeed too dangerous for you. Ordinary heavenly venerates have a high chance of dying in the emperor's tomb, let alone you. Zhuowen's words were not polite. He knew that if he didn't point out the main point, it would be very difficult to dispel Xianxing's impulsive thoughts. Sure enough, after Zhuowen's words fell, Xianxing lowered her head and nodded, not saying a word. Mo Lingtian chuckled and said, Xianxing, Zhuowen, he's doing this for your own good. Your cultivation is indeed a little weak. It's not very suitable for you to enter the emperor's tomb. I know. Xianxing suddenly smiled and said, seeing that Xianxing had thought it through, Mo Lingtian and Zhuowen also relaxed. Next, they just had to wait for the sun shuttle to land. There was a rather large island in the periphery of the Black Storm. This island was called Ravengale Island because it was located near the Black Storm. Because the Emperor's tomb was about to open, the Ravengale Island, which was usually cold and cheerless, was now extremely lively. There was an endless stream of people, and it was bustling with activity. The landing of the Sun Shuttle attracted the attention of countless Ravengale Island cultivators. When they noticed that it was the Sun Shuttle, fear appeared in their eyes. In the entire Bitter Sea, only one person possessed the Sun Shuttle. That person was Master Mufeng of the Excellent Divine Academy. He was the only heavenly arcana master in the entire Bitter Sea. His spiritual cultivation was unfathomable, and he was publicly acknowledged as an existence that couldn't be provoked. Moreover, the Excellent Divine Academy was also one of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea. Due to Master Mufeng, it was ranked first among the 5 islands. Regardless of talent, strength, or foundation, it was stronger than the other 4 islands. After walking down the Sun Shuttle, Master Mufeng and his group casually chose a large mountain peak and sat cross-legged on it. They silently waited for the Emperor's tomb to appear. After all, there was still half a month before the Emperor's tomb appeared. Thus, they weren't in a hurry. Master Mufeng, Dean Mo Yen, and this should be the famous Inner Academy elder, Huixia. Azura is fortunate to be able to meet the 3 of you. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. A rather candid voice resounded. Soon after, a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe rushed over with a group of people and landed in front of Master Mufeng and his group. Standing behind Grandmaster Mufeng, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the blood-red robed man as a deep smile appeared on his face. This blood-red robed man was not unfamiliar to him. He was actually the Azura Island's island master, Azura Li Di. Back then, Zhuowen had been forced into an extremely miserable state by this fellow. Azura Lidi clearly didn't recognize Zhuowen. After all, when Zhuowen participated in the Azura Islands training, he had used the 100 Transformation Divine art to change his appearance. Therefore, after shooting a glance at Zhuowen, he started chatting with Master Mu Feng, and the other two with a flattering smile. Master Mu Feng narrowed his eyes. He was extremely cold towards Azura Lidi's friendly behavior. This caused Azura Lidi to feel awkward. However, he wasn't angry at all. Master Mu Feng's position in the Bitter Sea was extremely high. Even the excellent Divine Academy's outer academy was polite to him, let alone Azura Lidi. Since Master Mu Feng wasn't willing to pay attention to him, Azura Lidi turned his attention to the Dean and started chatting with him. The Dean was originally a nice guy. In addition, Azura Lidi was the island master of Azura Island. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be as cold and indifferent as Master Mu Feng. Azura Lidi, I heard that your son, Yama Crown Prince, was killed a few months ago. Is that true? Chapter 1230. Black Storm. The arrogant laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Soon after, they discovered that another group of people had landed on the mountain peak where Master Mu Feng and the others were. It's the people from the Night Demon Island. It's said that the Night Demon Island and the Azura Island have always been on bad terms. The Night Demon Island's island master must be mocking Azura Lidi on purpose. Many people whispered at the foot of the mountain peak. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the group of people from the Night Demon Island who had just landed on the mountain peak. Night Demon Island? Zhuowen's gaze also fell on the group of people from the Night Demon Island, especially the leader of the group. His aura was extremely powerful, even stronger than Azura Lidi. This person's hair was a sickly green. Between the thick ends of his hair, there were actually small green snakes slithering about. His pair of green eyes emitted a demonic aura. His entire temperament did not resemble that of a human. This person is the Night Demon Island's island master, Yi Wuxin. He's a demon emperor. Although he's also a fourth-layer emperor like Azura Lidi, his battle strength is even stronger than Azura Lidi. Yi Wuxin's original body was a sea snake that lived in the Bitter Sea. Later on, he cultivated and became a demon by chance. He obtained an island and named it the Night Demon Island. Later on, it developed and became one of the 5 strongest islands. Moyen Wushang also noticed the astonishment in Zhuowen's eyes. He moved closer to his ear and softly explained, "The young man beside Yi Wuxin is Yi Wuxin's son, Yi Yuqing. His cultivation is a first-layer demon emperor. Back then, he fought against the Yama Crown Prince and lost to him in one move. That's why the relationship between Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi isn't good." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. It seemed that Yi Wuxin and Azura Lidi were old enemies. On the other hand, the young man beside Yi Wuxin, Yi Yuqing, was quite strong. He was even stronger than the Yama Crown Prince. Zhuowen really did not know how the Yama Crown Prince had defeated Yi Yuqing. Perhaps feeling Zhuowen's gaze, Yi Yuqing, who was standing next to Yi Wuxin, slowly turned her head. Her green pupils stared at Zhuowen. An ray of light burst out. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. Their eyes met, and he did not dodge at all. This made Yi Yuqing quite surprised. Interesting. A mere peak Empyrean actually dares to look me in the eye. Ha ha. Yi Yuqing chuckled and turned his gaze away naturally. However, he remembered Zhuowen's name. Yi Wuxian. What do you mean? Standing Azura's face was extremely ugly as he stared coldly at Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxian chuckled and said mockingly, "What's the point? The #1 genius of your Azura Island, the Yama Crown Prince, was actually killed by a nobody. This is truly a disgrace to your reputation as an Azura. I am merely stating a fact. Boom. Standing Azura trembled with anger, and a terrifying emperor's aura spread out. He was actually planning to fight back. Yi Wuxin sneered when he sensed Azura's aura. He was not afraid at all. And he also released his own aura, not showing any weakness. The two of you, that's enough. If you want to fight, don't fight here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Master Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of cold light spread out. His indifferent voice caused Azura and Yi Wuxin, who were opposing each other, to immediately restrain their auras. Since Master Mu Feng has spoken, Wuxin will naturally not act recklessly. I'm just afraid that some people will attack at the slightest provocation, Yi Wuxin said to Master Mu Feng with a flattering smile. Azura Lidi's face darkened, but he couldn't do anything in front of Grandmaster Mu Feng. He could only coldly snort and leave the mountain peak. The death of the Yama Crown Prince was the deepest pain in his heart. Now that Yi Wuxin had exposed his scar in front of everyone, Azura Lidi didn't have the mood to stay here any longer. Not long after Azura, Lidi left, the Sea Heart Island and the Horizon Island also came to visit Grandmaster Mu Feng. These two islands were also two of the 5 strongest islands. However, their strength was considered to be on the weaker side of the 5 islands. Therefore, when facing the Night Demon Island, these 2 islands clearly lacked confidence. Apart from the other 4 strongest islands that came to pay a visit to Master Mu Feng, many other islands of Bitter Sea also came, wanting to worm their way into being friends with Master Mu Feng. However, the strength of these islands was not enough, and they were naturally stopped by the other islands of Excellent Spirit Island, causing them to leave embarrassedly. Let's wait for half a month first. Master Mu Feng said indifferently, then closed his eyes. The Dean and Elder Huaxia would naturally not disobey Master Mu Feng's words. They knew that the Emperor's tomb would only open in half a month, and waiting for half a month was the most appropriate time to enter. After all, regardless of whether it was the Black Storm or the 9 Heavens' purple profound lightning, both of them were extremely terrifying things. It was simply not worth it to take the risk to enter now. Zhuowen silently sat at the back, his eyes flickering. However, he was pondering in his heart. Lu Hantian and the others hoped that they would be able to arrive in half a month. 10 days later, Zhuowen's communication jade talisman was activated. Lu Hantian and the other 4 had finally arrived at Black Wind Island, and Zhuowen found an excuse to leave the mountain peak. With regards to Zhuowen's departure, Master Mu Feng and the others did not obstruct him. They only instructed Zhuowen to return before the Emperor's tomb opened. With the passage of 10 days, more and more warriors appeared on the Ravengale Island. Once the number of people increased, disputes would naturally occur. The Ravengale Island had become more chaotic than it was 10 days ago. During this period, countless fights broke out, and many people lost their lives in these fights. In this place, if one did not have sufficient strength, they would be swallowed whole. After all, most of the warriors in Bitter Sea were fugitives. Many fugitives from other regions of the eastern land had basically gathered in various islands of Bitter Sea to seek refuge. The atmosphere was extremely ferocious. Due to the chaos around him, Zhuowen naturally could not find peace after leaving the mountain peak. However, after several peak heavenly venerates with bad intentions were blasted to smithereens by Zhuowen, many of the surrounding warriors fell silent. They no longer dared to place their attention on Zhuowen. In a secluded valley on Black Wind Island, the Grand Demon Lord Lu Hantian and LVE Tao were gathered here. Zhuowen had found them through their communication jade talismans. Zhuowen, Master Lu Hantian, and the Grand Demon Lord arrived before Zhuowen first. Zhuowen nodded and said, "The Emperor's tomb will open in 5 days. Prepare yourselves well. Also, I plan to leave my demonic Tao clone with you and enter the Emperor's tomb with another identity." "You're not leaving your demonic Tao clone with you. You should know that your demonic Tao clone should be the strongest of your 3 clones, right?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuowen shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. My main body will follow the upper echelons of Fine God Academy into the Emperor's tomb, so there won't be any danger to my life. On the contrary, it won't be easy to snatch good things from them. I don't plan on exposing my demonic Tao clone, so..." Lu Hantian also understood. If Zhuowen wanted to obtain good things, he needed to rely on his demonic Tao clone. However, he did not want to expose his demonic Tao clone, so he planned on separating his demonic Tao clone from his main body. After exhorting Lu Hantian and the Grand Demon Lord, Zhuowen's main body left the valley, with the Grand Demon Lord and his demonic Tao clone following him. Zhuowen was not worried about the safety of Lu Hantian and the others. After returning to the mountain, Zhuowen waited silently. Finally, 5 days slowly passed. When the 5th day arrived, all the cultivators on Ravengale Island became excited. Their gazes all landed on the huge black storm before them. Rumble! The black storm before them began to tremble violently, as if something was stirring in the center of the storm. At the same time, the black clouds above the storm became even denser and darker, slowly sinking. 9 heavens' purple profound lightning constantly wreaked havoc within the black clouds, descending into the black storm. There was no lack of terrifying purple thunderbolts. Like the might of the heavens, they dyed the entire black storm purple. Under the illumination of the demonic purple light, countless warriors on the Ravengale Island saw a terrifying whirlpool being formed at the bottom of the sea at the center of the black storm. Within the whirlpool, an incomparably black building slowly floated up. First, the sharp horn on the top of the building was revealed. Subsequently, the entire structure below was revealed. It was a huge black pyramid. The body of the pyramid was piled up with strange black bricks. A dark presence lingered around the pyramid, making it seem extremely strange. At the same time, the crowd discovered that at the center of the black pyramid, black stone doors had opened. At a glance, there were hundreds and thousands of stone door entrances. "Is this the Emperor's tomb?" Zhuowen's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly, looking at the black pyramid that was floating on the surface of the sea. The structure of the Emperor's tomb gave him an extremely shocking feeling. Just the structure alone was nearly 10,000 feet in size. In front of the Emperor's tomb, the entire Ravengale Island was like an ant, let alone the countless cultivators gathered in the black storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The instant the Emperor's tomb appeared, countless sonic booms resounded. In the sky above Ravengale Island, figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth whizzed out like locusts, rushing towards the Emperor's tomb at the center of the black storm. "Let's set off as well." Master Mufeng slowly stood up. With a wave of his sleeve, terrifying mental energy was like an armor that covered everyone's bodies. Soon after, he led everyone away from Ravengale Island. The gravity in the Sea of Bitterness has disappeared. When Zhuowen left Ravengale Island with Master Mufeng and entered the sky above the Sea of Bitterness where the black storm was, he suddenly discovered that the terrifying gravity emitted from the surface of the Sea of Bitterness had completely disappeared. He knew that it was extremely difficult for cultivators below the Emperor stage to fly above the Sea of Bitterness. Chapter 12:31. Entrance to the Emperor's tomb. Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard this. No wonder this sea region did not have the terrifying gravity from before. It turns out that it had been offset by the buoyancy of the black storm. Rumble! Berserk thunderbolts descended from the black clouds like meteors that streaked across the sky. They were extremely resplendent. Countless figures rushed past Master Mu Feng's group like a swarm of locusts. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Be careful! The closer we get to the black storm, the more berserk the energy of the nine heavens' purple profound lightning will become. Master Mu Feng reminded them in an indifferent manner. His speed was not slow as he continued to advance. The group of people following Master Mu Feng nodded their heads with grave expressions. Even without Master Mu Feng's reminder, they could sense the increasingly powerful pressure coming from their surroundings. Moreover, a trace of danger rose in their hearts for no reason. Ah, ah, ah. Endless miserable cries suddenly sounded from the front. Countless figures in front of them were torn into a bloody mist by the powerful wind of the black storm the instant they neared. They could not be more dead. You guys overestimate yourselves. Even those below the heavenly venerate level actually dare to barge into the black storm. Evil Moon licked his lips and ridiculed. Just as Evil Moon had said, most of the cultivations of those who died in the black storm were below the heavenly venerate level. They did not even enter the black storm before they were annihilated by the powerful wind outside. Xian Xing, who was originally following beside Zhuowen's group, suddenly became silent. She sighed softly and said, "Zhuowen, Ling Tian, Jianan, and Gatha, it looks like I'm not suitable for the Emperor's tomb. I'll wait for all of you on Ravengale Island." As she spoke, Xian Xing took a step forward and left the group, returning to Ravengale Island. After seeing the tragedy in front of them, Xian Xing finally retreated. After all, her cultivation was only at the Supreme Being level. With her cultivation, she would be torn to pieces by the powerful wind before she could reach the interior of the black storm. At least you know your own limits. However, is there still a brat in your group who overestimates himself and intends to continue following us? Evil Moon glanced at the departing Xian Xing. His evil gaze suddenly landed on Jia Nan as he coldly spoke. Canaan's cultivation was at the peak of the Golden Exalt level, and there was still a gap between him and a heavenly Exalt. Therefore, what Evil Moon said was not wrong. You don't have to worry about that. What does my overestimation of my ability have to do with you? Jianan was a straightforward person, and he replied coldly, How dare you talk to me like this? Evil Moon's pupils shrank slightly. His eyes became colder and colder, and he said in a cold tone. However, after Sheiyue finished speaking, he felt an extremely dangerous gaze. He raised his head and just happened to see Zhuo Wen's cold gaze. His heart trembled, and the words that he wanted to say were forcefully swallowed back into his stomach. Xie, you snorted coldly, and did not say anything else. His body moved closer to the 5 great geniuses of the Inner Academy and began to chat with them. After all, Evil Moon had already advanced to the Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was willing to join their sky capital peak. Therefore, the 5 of them naturally did not reject Evil Moon. In addition, Evil Moon's slightly flattering attitude caused the 5 of them to have a good impression of him. Of course, the 5 of them naturally did not have a good attitude towards Zhuowen. Instead, they were cold and indifferent. With regards to their attitudes, Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and did not pay too much attention to them. We are about to approach the black storm. Pay attention to the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning within the black storm. Master Mu Feng's voice rang out once again, causing the group behind him to raise their guard. What a powerful tearing force! The instant they approached the black storm, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a terrifying force spread around his body. This force spread in all directions, and it continuously pulled at his limbs and bones, wanting to tear him into pieces. After discovering this point, Zhuowen hurriedly circulated the yuan power within his body and adhered it to his body, resisting the tearing force that was acting on his body. Zhuowen was not the only one. The others around him had also sensed the frightening tearing force of the black storm. One after another, they unleashed their yuan power defenses on the surface of their bodies. However, Jia Nan was an exception. He did not put up any defenses and directly faced the tearing force of the black storm. The thing that caused everyone to be rather surprised was that Jia Nan, who did not have any defensive measures, was actually completely unharmed under the black storm. No wonder he dared to follow us in. It turns out that this little fellow is not simple. The dean also noticed Jia Nan's unusual state. He was initially startled, but soon after, he softly laughed. Everyone, be careful. This black storm is mixed with the energy of the 9 heavens purple profound bomb. Therefore, don't get hit by it. Otherwise, your life and death will be up to fate. Master Mu Feng leisurely strolled as his indifferent voice slowly sounded out. Zhuowen silently followed behind. During the process of entering the depths of the black storm, he had seen many tragedies. Many practitioners who were not strong enough were torn apart by the energy of the black storm midway due to their insufficient strength. They did not even have the time to let out a miserable shriek. The same scene frequently occurred within the large black storm region. The miserable shrieks that were tearing apart were unceasing. Within the black wind, there was a faint, unpleasant, bloody smell that was faintly emitted, causing the entire black storm region to have an additional ferocious color. Of course, although many practitioners had fallen within the black storm, there were also quite a few practitioners who successfully passed through the obstruction of the black storm and arrived at the center of the black storm. We're almost there. Master Mu Feng suddenly took a step forward and walked out of the periphery of the black storm, entering the core region. Although the energy in the periphery of the black storm was extremely violent, the core region of the storm was much calmer. After Master Mu Feng entered, the group of people behind him also entered the core region. Soon after, their gazes fell onto the center of the core region, where the black pyramid quietly floated. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Before them was their target this time, the Emperor's tomb. Legend has it that the Emperor's tomb was built by the strongest expert in the Imperial region, a powerful half-step saint, using his entire life's saint force. He had long predicted the fall of the Imperial region. This Emperor's tomb was originally used by the experts of the Imperial region to migrate. However, for some unknown reason, those Emperor realm practitioners who entered the Emperor's tomb all died. Hence, this building was called the Emperor's tomb. Master Mu Feng said with his hands behind his back as he quietly stared at the Emperor's tomb. Did he die for no reason? Baiyu asked curiously. Master Mu Feng shook his head and said indifferently, I'm not very clear about what happened in the Imperial region. The fall of the Imperial region and the formation of the Imperial tomb only took a single night. No one knows what happened that night. Zhuowen nodded his head as his gaze landed on the tomb. Seemed like this tomb was filled with many mysteries. Whoosh, whoosh. Air-piercing sounds rang out, and many warriors surged in from outside the black storm. When these warriors entered the core region, their gazes landed on the Emperor's tomb in the center, and extreme greed appeared in their eyes. Master Mu Feng, shouted Yi Wu Xian with a group of people from the Yi Monster Island. He looked at the great Emperor's tomb in front of him and said modestly, there are so many entrances to the great Emperor's tomb. Which one is the real one? Not long after Yi Wu Xian arrived, Azura Island, Sea Heart Island, and Horizon Island also gathered in front of Master Mu Feng. Although there were hundreds of entrances to the great emperor's tomb, no one knew which one was the real one, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Not only them, but the surrounding warriors, whose forces did not belong to the 5 strongest islands, also did not act rashly. Obviously, they were also hesitating about which entrance was the most feasible. Master Mufong licked his lips and said with a smile, "The method is very simple. There are 365 stone doors in the great emperor's tomb. You only need to choose 365 test subjects, and you will know which one is the real one. Yi Wu Xian from the Yi Monster Island, Azura Li Di from the Azura Island, Tian Juya from the Horizon Island, and Yang Haixin from the Sea Heart Island felt a chill in their hearts. Even Zhuowen and the others behind Master Mufong narrowed their eyes. They weren't stupid, so they naturally understood the meaning behind Master Mufeng's words. He wanted to capture 365 people to test the 365 stone doors in the great emperor's tomb. TSK. The method is very simple, but even if we choose 365 people to enter the stone doors, how will we know which one is the right one? After all, we won't be able to determine the situation inside. Yi Wu Xian chuckled. I have my own methods. First, capture 365 test subjects for me. Master Mufong said indifferently. The eyes of the 4 island masters flickered when they heard Master Mufeng's words. In the end, they still listened to Master Mufeng's idea. They must enter the great emperor's tomb. Of course, they wouldn't take any risks when it came to the entrance. Therefore, Master Mufeng's idea was the most reliable. After all, there were only 365 people. This time, there would be tens of thousands of warriors entering the core area. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they thought of this, the 4 island masters led the experts under their forces and rushed towards the warriors who were still watching. Soon, the surrounding warriors were in an uproar. They didn't expect that the 4 island masters would suddenly make a move. Of course, most of the people chosen by the 4 island masters were rogue cultivators who didn't belong to any sects or clans or warriors from extremely weak island forces. Therefore, although the actions of the 4 island masters caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding warriors, it didn't cause too much of a backlash. After a while, the 4 island masters captured 365 weaker warriors. Most of them were at the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. There were a few at the intermediate stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. These warriors were all glaring angrily at the 4 island masters and constantly cursing. Chapter 1232. Entering the Emperor's tomb, sensing the gazes of the 4 island masters. Master Mufong nodded his head. Taking a step forward, he extended his right hand, and a myriad of mental energy shot out from between his eyebrows. The instant the mental energy shot out, it turned into a glowing seal and imprinted itself between the eyebrows of the 365 cultivators. The instant the glowing seal appeared between their eyebrows, the people who were originally struggling and cursing became like wooden puppets. They stood on the spot and no longer struggled. Slave seals from the myriad yen true scripture. When he saw the slave seals imprinted between the cultivator's eyebrows, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Weren't these slave seals evolved from the myriad yen true scripture? Zhuowen was extremely clear about these slave seals. However, Zhuowen did not say anything. Instead, he took a deep look at Master Mufeng's back as a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Master Mufong would actually know the myriad yen true scripture. This had truly exceeded his expectations. Master, the 365 cultivators had lifeless gazes as they knelt on the ground and shouted, "What's going on?" Those 365 cultivators have been controlled. The pupils of many people in the surroundings shrank as they started to discuss spiritedly. They were extremely astonished by the strange actions of those 365 cultivators. All of you enter the 365 stone doors. Master Mu Feng indifferently pointed at the entrance of the emperor's tomb as he instructed. Yes, the 365 cultivators nodded their heads. Under Master Mu Feng's instructions, they flew towards the entrance of the emperor's tomb. After the 365 cultivators disappeared into the entrance, Master Mu Feng waved his sleeve and 365 glowing spots appeared in front of him. Master Mu Feng, this is? Yi Wu Xian asked, in astonishment. These light spots correspond to the signs of life of the 365 martial artists. If the light spot is extinguished, it means that the martial artist in the light spot is dead. I think that the entrance of the stone door, where the martial artist in the last light spot is the correct entrance to the emperor's tomb, Master Mu Feng said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many people in the surroundings turned cold. This Grandmaster Mu Feng really regarded human lives as worthless. He had implanted slave seals into the sea of consciousness of 365 cultivators and used their lives to find the correct entrance to the Dwarch tomb. How ruthless! Zhuowen thought to himself. Rustle, rustle. Not long after, the light spots in front of Grandmaster Mu Feng began to extinguish one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of light spots had been extinguished. So fast. Looking at the dozens of light spots that were instantly extinguished, many of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Fortunately, they did not rashly enter the stone door. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, there were only 2 light spots left in front of Grandmaster Mu Feng. Everyone knew that they were about to find the correct stone door's entrance. Rustle! Finally, there were only 2 light spots left. The light spot on the left was extinguished, leaving only the light spot on the right. Grandmaster Mu Feng, who was originally squinting his eyes, suddenly opened them, after which he held the light spot in his hand and rushed towards an unremarkable stone door in front of the Dwarch tomb. That is the true entrance to the Dwarch tomb. Looking at Grandmaster Mu Feng's actions, many people held their breaths. They were constantly paying attention to which stone door Grandmaster Mu Feng would choose. Grandmaster Mu Feng paced back and forth on the stone door in front of him for a while before stopping in front of the unremarkable stone door. He said indifferently, "This is the correct entrance to the Dwarch tomb. Let's go." The moment Grandmaster Mu Feng finished speaking, the warriors who were observing the scene immediately went crazy. Soon after, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded as those warriors charged into the stone door with fervent looks in their eyes. Grandmaster Mu Feng did not stop them. Instead, he slowly landed at the side and silently looked at the martial artists who were crazily rushing in. Yi Wuxin, who was originally unable to restrain the excitement in his heart, naturally noticed that Grandmaster Mu Feng was not in a hurry to enter. His heart slowly calmed down, and his eyes flickered. He was actually not in a hurry to enter. Azura Island, Horizon Island, and Sea Heart Island also noticed the abnormality of Grandmaster Mu Feng and the Night Demon Island. They all stopped in their original positions and did not follow the crowd into the stone door. Instead, they waited for Grandmaster Mu Feng's next move. When enough martial artists had rushed into the stone door, Grandmaster Mu Feng waved his hand at the dean and elder Huaxia. The two of them nodded in understanding and brought the people behind them to Grandmaster Mu Feng's side. "Let's go in now." Grandmaster Mu Feng said such irrelevant words and led the upper echelons and genius students of the Excellent Spirit Island into the stone door. However, Zhuowen, who was following behind, sharply noticed that the light spot on Grandmaster Mu Feng's hand had already become dim. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Needless to say, the last light spot was about to be extinguished. There should be some unknown danger within the stone door. However, why did Grandmaster Mu Feng hide all of this? At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed the calm expressions on the faces of the other four island masters. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Cannon fodder? Zhuowen suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps the 365 entrances of the Emperor's tomb could lead to the depths of the Emperor's tomb. However, every single entrance had layers of mechanisms. Moreover, the mechanisms at the entrances were probably extremely powerful. Therefore, they needed cannon fodder to weaken or even trigger the mechanisms at the entrances so that they could smoothly enter the depths of the Emperor's tomb. After all, the 365 entrances were too scattered. If all the warriors were to gather at one entrance, they would be able to eliminate the mechanisms at that entrance to the greatest extent. Ah. Sure enough, miserable shrieks rang out one after another from the stone door. This caused the people behind Grandmaster Mu Feng to reveal astonished expressions. Wasn't this stone door the true entrance? Could it be that there was some kind of danger inside? Let's go in, Grandmaster Mu Feng faintly said as he stepped into the stone door. The dean, Elder Hui Xie, and the rest looked at each other. Although they were extremely puzzled by the miserable shrieks that rang out from the stone door, they still chose to believe Grandmaster Mu Feng in the end. After Grandmaster Mu Feng and his group entered, Yi Wuxin led the martial artists from the Night Demon Island and followed closely behind. Following them were the Azura Island, Horizon Island, and Sea Heart Island. In the pitch-black passageway, a thick smell of blood spread out, causing everyone to frown. This was because they discovered that the smell of blood was extremely fresh. It was obvious that it had just been emitted. In other words, there should be quite a number of martial artists who had died in the passageway. Finally, the group walked out of the passageway and arrived at an empty space that was neither big nor small. Corpses were strewn all over the empty space. These corpses belonged to the martial artists who had just entered the Emperor's tomb. Arrows that flickered with lightning were stuck in the chests of these martial artists. The lightning on these arrows was purple in color. It was actually the might of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning. If it pierced through the body, the yuanying within the body would be destroyed by the might of the 9 heavens' purple profound lightning and lose all of its vitality. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the front. It immediately attracted the attention of Grandmaster Mu Feng and his group. Let's go and take a look, Grandmaster Mu Feng said as he led the group forward. The other 4 island masters also silently followed behind. In front of the empty space, there was a large hall. Behind the large hall, there were more than 10 passageways. At this moment, countless lightning bolts filled the large hall. Lightning flickered, stimulating everyone's eyes. When Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, he discovered that there were figures formed by lightning bolts in the large hall. These figures were clad in lightning armor. They held lightning bows in their left hands and arrows in their right hands. They pulled the lightning bows into a full moon shape. With a release of their fingers, the lightning arrows turned into arrows that shot out from the bowstring. Countless lightning arrows fell like raindrops, densely covering the entire large hall. At this moment, there were many martial artists in the large hall. When these martial artists saw the lightning arrows shooting towards them, their expressions changed. Each of them unleashed their own defensive measures, hoping to block these frightening lightning arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the lightning arrows fell, countless miserable shrieks resounded. Grandmaster Mufong and his group, who were at the entrance of the large hall, took a few steps back and left the range of the lightning arrows. There were too many martial artists in the large hall. Although there were many lightning arrows, they only injured and killed a portion of the martial artists. The majority of the martial artists' defensive measures were able to block the lightning arrows. Everyone, let's work together and break through these martial artists. Once we break through, we will be able to break through the entrance and enter the deepest part of the emperor's tomb. It was unknown who shouted from within the crowd. The martial artists, who were originally trembling in fear, regained their senses. That person was right. If they did not work together to break through these martial artists, they would probably die here. Let's go together. Voices echoed one after another. Then the cultivators in the hall unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. At the same time, they turned into a terrifying stream of people and shot out violently, rushing towards the thunderous figure in front of them. Boom! Boom! Amidst the intense collisions, the screams of the cultivators spread throughout the entire hall. Then, under the concerted attacks of the numerous cultivators, a gap appeared in the lightning-like silhouette that was like an iron wall. Everyone, let's continue. We will be able to break through these martial artists very soon. Looking at the gap, many cultivators revealed hopeful looks in their eyes. One after another, they unleashed even more terrifying attacks, wanting to completely blast these lightning figures away. Roar! Just as the lightning silhouettes were about to push the huge number of lightning silhouettes away, the lightning silhouettes roared one after another. Then, terrifying lightning spread out and swallowed all the lightning silhouettes. Chapter 1233. Earth the huge thunder dragon roared and swung its terrifying thunder tail. Nearly 100 warriors at the front spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. The moment these 100 or so martial artists were sent flying, the other martial artists in the hall revealed looks of dread as they retreated. The aura on Lei Long's body was too terrifying. It was like a mountain, causing everyone to feel suffocated. This lightning dragon is likely at the intermediate D level. Moreover, it is likely to be one of the stronger intermediate D level existences. Grandmaster Mufong spoke in a deep voice at the entrance of the hall. Grandmaster Mufong, do we need to take action? The dean and Elder Huaxia came to Elder Mufeng's side and asked. Grandmaster Mufong nodded and said, "It is quite easy for the few of us to enter the entrance on the other side of the hall. However, it will not be so easy for these little fellows to charge through this lightning dragon." The dean and Elder Huaxia understood his meaning after hearing these words. If they wanted Bai Yu and the rest of the younger generation to enter the Emperor Tomb, they, as seniors, would have to take action. I believe that the 4 island masters will not mind helping us hold back this lightning dragon, right? The dean suddenly smiled and spoke to the 4 island masters behind him. Yi Wu Xian, Azura Li Di, and the other 2 cursed in their hearts when they saw the smile on the dean's face. However, the auspicious God Island had Grandmaster Mufong. Therefore, they were not willing to offend him too much. They could only agree, of course, we will work together to hold back this beast. The dean nodded. He immediately turned around and stared at Zhuowen and the rest. Once we have completely held back the lightning dragon, the few of you should move quickly and quickly enter the tunnel behind. Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and the rest naturally nodded their heads repeatedly. Elder Huaxia also turned around to instruct the 5 geniuses from the inner academy. After he finished instructing them, they rushed toward the lightning dragon in front of them under the lead of Grandmaster Mufong. Look, it is the island masters of the 5 strongest islands and Grandmaster Mufong. Quite a number of people in the hall revealed an excited expression when they saw the 7 figures rushing out. They knew that with these 7 people taking action, this lightning dragon would be relatively easy to deal with. At that time, they would be able to take advantage of the chaos and enter the tunnel. Be *starred, surrender. Grandmaster Mufong indifferently said. With a wave of his sleeve, his frightening mental energy transformed into a huge mental energy hand that descended from the sky like a mountain and enveloped the lightning dragon. At the instant when Grandmaster Mufong unleashed his attack, the other 6 people also unleashed their own attacks and suppressed the lightning dragon with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Awua. Lei Long had also sensed the terrifying aura of the 7 people who had suddenly appeared. Its dragon eyes were filled with fear. However, it did not feel any fear because of this. Instead, it roared and monstrous thunderbolts surged out from its body. These thunderbolts were like sharp swords as they shot out. Boom, boom. The frightening lightning sword collided with the 7 attacks. Soon after, an extremely frightening lightning glow erupted. The blazing light caused the other warriors in the hall to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Thud, thud, thud. One could see that the lightning dragon emitted a sharp, miserable cry within the endless lightning glow. Immediately, it was forced back by the 7 attacks. The dragon tail, which was originally covering the 12+ tunnels behind it, had also shifted. Let's go. The instant the tunnel was revealed, Zhuowen let out a low cry. He took a step forward and led Moyan Wushang, Jianan, and the rest as they rushed towards the empty tunnel. They knew that this was the opportunity that Grandmaster Mufong had created for them to enter the Emperor Tomb. They must not let go of this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's group had already reached the entrance of the tunnel. However, Zhuowen did not enter first. Instead, he gestured to Moyan Wushang and the rest and said, "All of you enter first. I will follow behind you." Moyan Wushang nodded and softly said, "You should be careful." As he spoke, Moyan Wushang stepped on the ground and entered the depths of the tunnel. Following him were Qing Yin, Jia, Nan, Gatha, and Emo Lingtian. The 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy and Evil Moon entered the tunnel beside Zhuowen. During the period of time that Evil Moon was on the Sun Shuttle and Black Wind Island, he was quite familiar with the 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy. Their relationship was quite good. Therefore, the 5 geniuses from the Inner Academy took good care of Evil Moon. Among the 6 of them, Bai Yu, who was the strongest, was at the back. Zhuowen merely glanced indifferently at Bai Yu, who was at the entrance of the tunnel beside him. He planned to enter the tunnel. However, the instant he stepped into the tunnel, an air-splitting sound rushed over. Oh! Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. Immediately, he saw Bai Yu flick his finger. A blazing light surged out from his fingertip. It was like a light arrow that rushed out and directly bombarded Zhuowen. Looking at the light arrow that rushed over, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely gloomy. Bai Yu was too despicable to attack him at this critical juncture. Zhuowen's right hand was suffused with Buddhist light. He suddenly slammed his palm against the light arrow. After that, he felt a huge force and took a few steps back. The instant he stabilized his body, Bai Yu revealed a strange smile and said, "Good luck." After speaking, Bai Yu took a step forward and disappeared into the passageway at the side. Zhu Wengang was just about to give chase when an ominous premonition rose in his heart, following which a terrifying sharp whistle of air, being torn apart, sounded from behind him. Not good. Zhuowen suddenly turned around and saw the huge tail of the lightning dragon, which was wrapped in monstrous lightning, directly smashing down on his head. Countless strong winds blew, causing Zhuowen's long hair to dance. The scattered lightning landed on Zhuowen's face, causing his cheeks to feel a little numb. Buddha's eye. Without thinking, Zhuowen opened his Buddha's eye. His body turned into an immortal and indestructible Buddha body. Golden Buddhist light spread. At the same time, Zhuowen grasped the light wheel at the back of his head and held it horizontally in front of him. Rumble! The terrifying lightning dragon tail slammed on the light wheel, causing crackling sounds like firecrackers to ring out. Then, Zhuowen clearly felt that the lightning flowed along the surface of the light wheel and spread to his hands and body, causing his body to feel numb. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen groaned and continuously retreated. His eyes were filled with horror. This lightning dragon was so terrifying. Just a sweep of the dragon tail gave him a great and terrifying pressure. Even in his Buddha body, he felt that it was somewhat difficult to bear. The blood in his body boiled, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Rumble! Countless lightning-filled dragon tails smashed into the ground not far from Zhuowen. The frightening force caused the ground to crack. One could only hear a swoosh sound. The moment the dragon tails landed on the ground, they swept towards Zhuowen without losing any momentum. Their target was the already retreating Zhuowen. Damn it, it's still coming? Seeing the lightning dragon tail sweeping over again, Zhuowen could not help but curse. Just as he was about to attack again, a stalwart figure blocked in front of him and blocked the dragon tail. Zhuowen took a look and saw that it was the Dean Moyen Baiyan. Zhuowen, go in first. Moyen Baiyan said to Zhuowen in a deep voice. Thank you, Dean. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a grateful expression. He nodded and took a step forward. Like a black lightning bolt, he rushed out and entered the tunnel from earlier. While Master Mu Feng's group of 7 were in the process of fighting the lightning dragon, there were quite a number of people in the hall who were trying to take advantage of the chaos to enter the tunnel behind the lightning dragon. Naturally, there were also some unlucky fellows who were coincidentally swept by the dragon's tail due to their weak strength. They were directly turned into a bloody mist and couldn't be more dead than they were. Let's go. There is no need to be entangled with this beast. Master Mu Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, This beast is not very strong. However, its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Even with the few of us joining hands, we are still unable to completely destroy it. We can only suppress it. Yi Wuxin frowned and said, Azura, Li Di chuckled and said, If you were to use your full strength, it would not be difficult to finish off this lightning dragon, right? The few people present did not speak. None of them had used their full strength during the process of dealing with the lightning dragon. After all, they had entered the Emperor Tomb and were considered competitors. Hence, they would not use their trump cards so early. Therefore, all of them held back during the process of dealing with the lightning dragon. This was also the main reason why the lightning dragon was not killed by the combined attacks of 6 intermediate D-level experts. However, even if it was not killed, the lightning dragon was currently somewhat exhausted. Its large dragon eyes drooped as it panted heavily. The sound of heavy breathing was emitted from it like a fan. Let's go. These dozen or so tunnels should lead to different places. I will make a move first. Master Mu Feng faintly said before randomly choosing a tunnel and entering it. Moyen Baiyan and Elder Huaxian naturally followed, closely behind Master Mu Feng. Let's go. The 4 island masters, Yi Wuxin, Azura, Li Di, Tian Juya, and Yang Haixin looked at each other. Vigilance was revealed in their eyes as they each chose a different tunnel. The instant the 4 of them disappeared into the tunnel, the countless remaining cultivators in the large hall also rushed out like locusts and entered the tunnel that they had chosen. After walking out of the passageway, Zhuo Wen stood at the exit of the passageway and silently stared at the scene before him. His gaze flickered indeterminately because what appeared before him was actually an extremely large expanse of land. Moreover, it was a withered and cracked land. Buildings were scattered all over the land. These buildings were scattered messily in every corner of the land. However, what surprised Zhuo was that most of these buildings were in a dilapidated state. It was as if an earth-shattering battle had occurred here. Very quickly, Zhuo noticed that at the center of this vast land, there was a continuous ravine that was close to 1,000 feet long. Within the ravine was a pitch-black abyss. No one could clearly see what was within the ravine. It seems like the dozen or so tunnels in the large hall should all lead to this land. It's just that the locations of the exits are different. Chapter 1234. The Heart of the Emperor Whoosh. Whoosh. At the exit of the passageway Zhuo was in, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded. A considerable number of cultivators appeared. These cultivators should have chosen the same passageway as Zhuo. After these warriors came out, they first glanced at Zhuo, who was standing at the exit of the passage. Then all of their attention was focused on the huge land in front of them, as well as the dilapidated buildings standing on the land. Even the huge gully in the middle of the land. Is this the interior of the emperor's tomb? The surrounding warriors muttered softly, their eyes filled with shock. Go, let's go deeper and take a look. There must be a heart of imperial power inside. We might even be able to obtain the inheritance of a martial emperor. Someone in the crowd said. Then he shot towards the ground like an arrow leaving the bow. The people behind him also reacted. This was the emperor's tomb. The things inside were extremely precious to Emperor Realm experts. If they didn't hurry up, the things inside would be snatched away. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, countless sonic booms rang out. The cultivators at the exit of the passageway all rushed out in a hurry, all for the sake of gaining the initiative in this emperor's tomb. Zhuo stood quietly on the spot with his brows slightly furrowed. The passage that he had entered was the passage that Moyan Wushang and the others were in. What made him puzzled was that he had lost contact with Moyan Wushang and the others when he entered the exit. He didn't even see them at the exit. Maybe they have already gone ahead to explore this vast land. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind, causing Zhuo to nod in agreement. Big Brother Han Tian and the others have also entered this land, but they seem to be a little far away from us. Suddenly, Zhuo sensed the aura of his devil doppelganger. He knew that the devil doppelganger that followed Tai Mo Lord and Lu Hantian had also come in. However, the aura he sensed was extremely weak. It should be because they were too far away. Since this place is called the Emperor's Tomb, there must be a lot of good things. However, I'm afraid that it's also very dangerous. Be careful. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Zhuo slightly nodded, looking cautious. Let's go. Taking a step forward, Zhuo was like a bolt of black lightning, silently following behind the countless figures in front of him. Although he was quite worried about Kanan and the others, with Moyan Wushang and Soft Note by their side, they should not be in too much danger. Even though Moyan and Qinyin were still at the top of the Celestial Zune layer, they were still in the top 5 of the Celestial Zune layer. Their fighting strength was terrifying, comparable to the strength of the first layer of the Great Emperor layer. In addition, Moyan was the granddaughter of Bai Yen, and Mo Yen, the dean of the Great Emperor layer. She would definitely have some powerful life-saving methods. Ordinary cultivators of the second layer of the Great Emperor layer wouldn't be able to defeat her easily. Everywhere he passed, Zhuo saw numerous dilapidated buildings. It seemed like a peerless battle had occurred here all those years ago. After all, Zhuowen was able to discern from these dilapidated buildings that this place used to be an extremely bustling city, and it was the place where the strongest experts of the imperial region had settled down. Back then, why did this place become the grave of the great emperors of the great imperial region? Zhuowen grew increasingly curious about the truth of what had happened in this land back then as he looked at the ruined scene below. However, he also knew that it was useless no matter how curious he was. Even Grandmaster Mu Feng did not know what had happened back then, let alone him. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed that the numerous cultivators who were flying in front of him had slowed down and were descending towards an open space in front of him. Without even thinking about it, Zhuowen naturally followed the crowd and landed on the open space. One could see that there was also a cluster of buildings standing in this empty space. The difference was that this cluster of buildings was much more complete than the others and was not as dilapidated. The most eye-catching thing was that there was actually a temple-like building in the middle of this cluster of buildings. Under the pure white dome, there were dozens of white pillars that were as thick as a couple of people hugging together. At this moment, many cultivators were gathered outside the temple. Zhuowen also landed and blended into the crowd. There was no door around the temple, and the interior was completely exposed. Through the thick pillars, there was a rather clean hall. There was a red carpet in the center of the hall, and the red carpet extended from the depths of the hall to the entrance of the temple. On both sides of the red carpet, there were actually figures sitting cross-legged. At a closer look, these figures were pitch black and withered like corpses. The movements of these figures were extremely uniform. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the red carpet. It was as if there was something important in the depths of the red carpet that they needed to look up to before they died. In the depths of the red carpet, there was a white jade altar. At the top of the altar, a heart was constantly beating. Moreover, as the heart beat, waves of star force spread out. The star force was extremely vast and dense. At the same time, below the altar, there was an especially large corpse sitting cross-legged. This corpse was much more robust than the corpses on both sides of the red carpet. It was several times their size. If it stood up, it would probably be several meters tall, almost like a small giant. This is the heart of imperial power. Feeling the powerful star force spreading from the white jade altar, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could not help but think to himself. Before entering the emperor's tomb, he had heard that there were many hearts of imperial power in the emperor's tomb. This kind of thing was very beneficial for celestial venerables to advance to the emperor realm. If a peak celestial venerables had this kind of heart of imperial power, they could directly break through to the emperor realm. Not only Zhuowen, but many cultivators around recognized the true identity of this heart. It was the heart of imperial power that they had always wanted to obtain. This kind of thing was a fatal temptation for cultivators below the emperor realm. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the temple had become eerily silent. There was also the sound of rapid breathing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the heart of imperial power, their eyes full of greed. Zhuowen even saw many Emperor Realm cultivators among this group of cultivators. These Emperor Realm cultivators were also greedily staring at the heart of imperial power. Logically speaking, the heart of imperial power was not very useful for Emperor Realm cultivators. However, these Emperor Realm cultivators usually obtained the heart of imperial power to give it to their juniors to help them break through to the Emperor Realm. After all, a heart of imperial power meant that there was a possibility of the birth of an Emperor Realm cultivator. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of something breaking through the air broke the silence in the surroundings. Immediately, many warriors outside the temple rushed into the temple with scarlet eyes, as if they had gone mad. Zhuowen stood outside the temple and stared at the cultivators who were rushing into the temple. He frowned slightly. The corpses in the temple were too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if someone had obtained the heart of imperial power, he could snatch it from that person. There was no need for him to take the risk of entering the temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more people rushed into the temple. The moment they stepped into the temple, the empty eyes of the corpses on both sides of the red carpet lit up with green flames. It was like a ghost fire in the middle of the night. It looked extremely strange. Kill! A deep voice reverberated in the temple. The corpses on both sides of the red carpet suddenly moved. Then, their withered arms clenched into fists and violently punched the invading cultivators. Boom! Boom! Miserable shrieks rang out. The dozen or so warriors who were charging at the front were completely caught off guard and were viciously hit by the mummy's fists. Then, without even a groan, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! Gasps rang out one after another. Those cultivators at the back all stopped in their tracks and slowly took a few steps back. They stared at the mummies in the temple that had suddenly come to life with terrified gazes. There were more than a dozen corpses in the temple. When they stood up, crackling sounds were heard. It was crisp and ear-piercing. Blood-red flames erupted from the hollow eyes of the gigantic corpse that was seated at the center of the altar. When it stood up, it was actually 50 feet tall. Its exposed upper body was extremely shriveled, and one could even see the rows of protruding ribs on its body. The other warriors in the temple retreated one after another. The dozen or so warriors who had been killed in seconds were all above the late-stage Heavenly Venerate realm. There were even peak Heavenly Venerates among them. Yet they were unable to resist the attacks of the mummies. Everyone knew that these seemingly unremarkable mummies were at least peak Heavenly Venerates. As for the giant mummy standing in front of the altar, its power was even more terrifying. Its strength was probably above the Emperor realm. Seeing this lineup, many cultivators decided to retreat. This temple was not so easy to barge into, and the heart of imperial power was not so easy to obtain. The might displayed by these mummies was enough to make them suffer a lot. Awoo! The giant mummified corpse roared. Suddenly, the green flames in the eyes of more than a dozen mummified corpses in the temple burned even more vigorously. They took a step forward and turned into more than a dozen black lightning bolts, shooting toward the many cultivators in the temple. It was a one-sided massacre. Let's go! Many cultivators who were not strong enough saw the cultivators around them fall. They were horrified and immediately retreated from the temple. The corpses that were chasing after them seemed to have some kind of restriction. They could not step out of the temple at all. When they reached the edge of the temple, they stopped. As for the peak Empyrean martial artists, they all stayed in the temple and fought with the dried corpses. The heart of imperial power was just too attractive to them. It was impossible for them to give up. The three of us will work together to defeat the giant corpse. As for the ownership of the heart of imperial power, we will fight for it later. Chapter 12:35. Snatch the three Emperor realm cultivators were all first-level great emperors. When the three of them joined forces against the giant mummy, the other cultivators in the temple were disappointed. They knew that if the three Emperor realm cultivators managed to defeat the giant mummy, they wouldn't get a share of the heart of imperial power. Some of them even hoped that the three Emperor realm cultivators would fail to obtain the heart of imperial power. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the three Emperor realm cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with the giant corpse. The emperor's aura and the power of the stars overflowed in all directions, causing the atmosphere in the temple to stagnate to the extreme. Terrifying yuan qi gushed out like a raging dragon, lingering in the surroundings. The blood-red flames in the giant mummy's eyes burned brighter and brighter as it stared at the three Emperor Realm cultivators. The chilling intent in its eyes became even more intense. With a roar, the mummy's withered arms swung out violently. Brilliant, blood-red flames surged out of its body and surrounded it. Its arms bloomed like flowers of blood as it blasted towards the three Emperor Realm cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the intense blood flame and the frightening yuan power collided, causing an extremely deafening, muffled sound to resound. Waves of energy ripples spread out in the surroundings, causing the entire temple to violently shake and tremble under the undulations of the energy ripples. The dozen or so small corpses and other peak Empyrean martial artists that had been fighting in the temple all stopped when they sensed the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. The martial artists all retreated out of the temple, while the dozen or so small corpses silently retreated to the edge of the temple. They stared at the battle in the center with dread in their eyes. A battle between Emperor Realm cultivators wasn't something they could interfere with. Although these mummies didn't have much intelligence, they were innately afraid of the Emperor aura of the Emperor Realm cultivators. Naturally, they wouldn't commit suicide without fear of death. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled groans resounded. Immediately, the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators in the middle of the battle in the temple groaned and retreated dozens of steps back, almost to the edge of the temple. The giant mummy's body was burning with blood-red flames, its eyes red with anger, and its aura terrifying. Even 3 great emperors aren't a match for this giant mummy. Outside the temple, many cultivators felt their hearts turn cold. They knew that if these 3 martial emperors couldn't obtain the heart of imperial power, there was no need to talk about the cultivators below the martial emperor realm. There's no need to hold back. Use your full strength to kill this beast, shouted the youngest of the 3 great emperors. He was about 30 years old. He released his armor soul, which was a gigantic beetle. It was pitch black and looked extremely tough. The moment this person unleashed his armor spirit, the other 2 also did not hold back and unleashed their own armor spirits. They knew that if they did not use their full strength, they would not be able to deal with this huge mummy. After all, the blood flame that was emitted from the latter's body was extremely powerful. Not only did it possess defensive capabilities, but it also possessed an extremely powerful offensive strength. Boom, boom. The moment the 3 of them unleashed their respective armor souls, they immediately launched a powerful attack and rushed toward the giant mummy in the center. The giant mummy also felt the terrifying aura from the 3 great emperors. Its blood-red eyes revealed a rare tinge of fear. It roared and waved its arms violently. The blood-red flames swept out and turned into 3 blood pillars, surrounding its body and shooting towards the 3 great emperors. Break! The 3 great emperors shouted in unison. The armor spirits on their bodies unleashed a terrifying power, instantly destroying the 3 blood pillars. Then they continued to attack the giant mummy. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded. The giant mummy was forced back dozens of steps under the attack of the 3 great emperors. The blood-red flames around its body seemed to have dimmed. It suppressed. Looking at this scene, many of the surrounding people narrowed their eyes and began to feel anxious. They knew that once the 3 great emperors completely suppressed the giant mummy, the heart of imperial power would be snatched away by them. Moreover, there were more than 10 small mummies at the edge of the temple eyeing them covetously. Many of the cultivators outside the temple did not dare to enter the temple, and seized the opportunity to snatch the heart of imperial power. Even if there were no small mummies in the temple, the other cultivators would not dare to snatch the heart of imperial power. After all, once the heart of imperial power was snatched away, they would have to face the encirclement of the three great emperors. At that time, even if they did not die, they would still die. Deng, deng, deng. While everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the three great emperors and the giant mummy, the crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of many cultivators outside the temple. Shifting their gazes slightly, everyone's gazes landed on the owner of the footsteps. They saw a tall and straight young man wearing a black robe walking out from the crowd step by step before he walked up to the temple. This guy, what is he trying to do? Looking at the young man entering the temple, the same thought popped into everyone's minds at the same time. What was he trying to do? The instant the young man entered the temple, the green eyes of the dozens of small mummies gathered on his body. A chilling aura spread out, and their gazes were like that of hunters staring at their prey. They were extremely unfriendly. Is this guy trying to snatch the heart of imperial power while the three great emperors are fighting with the giant mummy? Is he courting death? The moment the young man in black robes stepped into the temple and faced the 10 small mummies, the other cultivators outside the temple all guessed the young man's intention. He was trying to seize the opportunity to snatch the heart of imperial power. The young man who stepped into the temple was none other than Zhuowen, who had been silently following behind the crowd. His Buddhist and demon avatars had both broken through to the imperial power realm. Only his original body, because of Xiaohe, was unable to break through. Therefore, his desire for the heart of imperial power was more intense than the others. After recovering from their shock, many cultivators shook their heads, wondering if Zhuowen was crazy. Not to mention the three great emperors who had already suppressed the giant mummy. The 10 small mummies at the edge of the temple were not something a peak heavenly master could easily deal with. Moreover, Zhuowen's aura was only that of a peak heavenly master. Wasn't he courting death by facing the 10 small mummies alone? The three great emperors who had been fighting with the giant mummy also noticed Zhuowen entering the temple and sneered. They only glanced at him and then ignored him, focusing on the giant mummy in front of them. They knew that based on their current situation, it wouldn't be long before they could completely annihilate the giant mummy. Once the giant mummy was annihilated, the three of them would probably have to fight for the heart of imperial power. Therefore, while suppressing the giant mummy, the three of them were secretly wary of each other. At this moment, they had all restrained part of their strength so that they could snatch the heart of imperial power after the giant mummy was completely annihilated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, at the edge of the temple, more than a dozen small mummies finally moved. They turned into more than a dozen black lightning bolts and rushed out, surrounding Zhuowen in an encirclement. Swoosh! An air-rending sound rang out from behind Zhuowen. One of the small mummies had already launched an attack, and this attack was like an alarm. The rest of the mummies also attacked. Their withered arms were like deadly hooks, whistling through the wind and crushing towards Zhuowen, trying to tear him into pieces. Sword fire ultimacy. Zhuowen opened his eyes, and a terrifying mental strength swept out from between his eyebrows. At the same time, the ultimate infinite sword array hidden in the spirit ring also turned into rays of cold light and swept out. Suddenly, countless flames swept out, with Zhuowen as the center, forming a terrifying ring-shaped sea of fire. Sizzle! 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 The small mummies seemed to be motionless as they were completely annihilated by the raging sea of fire. Then Zhuowen kept his sleeves, and the flames on the surface of the ultimate infinite sword array slowly receded, circling around Zhuowen as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen calmly walked towards the white jade altar in the center of the temple. The scene of Zhuowen casually annihilating the small mummies was deeply imprinted in the minds of many warriors outside the temple. More than a dozen small mummies, whose strength was comparable to a peak heavenly master, had been cleanly annihilated by a young man at the peak heavenly master level. The three martial emperors, who were secretly on guard against the other party, were also attracted by the commotion outside the temple. Their eyes fell on the edge of the temple, and when they saw more than a dozen small mummies being annihilated in an instant, their expressions changed slightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their gazes quickly fell on Zhuowen, who was walking straight towards the altar. The youngest martial emperor among them shouted coldly, "Stop! If you dare to snatch the heart of the emperor in front of us, you'll have to bear the consequences." The three of them were now suppressing the giant mummy, so they really did not have time to snatch the heart of the emperor. Otherwise, based on their character, they would have already taken the heart of the emperor. Zhuowen's footsteps paused slightly, and he tilted his head slightly, looking at the three martial emperors with unfriendly gazes, and said indifferently, "Of course." As he said that, he stepped onto the altar in front of the three martial emperors, and with a suction force from his right hand, Zhuowen took the heart of the emperor into his hand. Suddenly, he felt an extremely strong star power emanating from the beating heart. This star power penetrated into his body through the acupoints all over his body, and he could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. "You're courting death. Why don't you quickly put down the heart of the emperor?" The three martial emperors' eyes suddenly turned red, and they shouted in unison. The three of them had worked so hard to suppress the giant mummy, and now a peak heavenly master had taken advantage of it. How could they bear the feeling of working for someone else? Chapter 12:36. Not enough when Zhuowen casually put away the heart of the imperial power. The atmosphere became quiet. Many cultivators outside the temple looked at Zhuowen strangely. This guy was really bold. He dared to put away the heart of the imperial power in a spirit ring in front of three great emperor realm cultivators. Although many cultivators were shocked when Zhuowen used the sword fire ultimacy to destroy more than 10 small corpses, they still didn't think highly of Zhuowen compared to the three great emperor realm cultivators. "You're courting death." The three great emperor realm cultivators roared. They abandoned the giant corpses they were suppressing and rushed towards Zhuowen. Their soul armor exuded a terrifying aura. It was like three terrifying mountains crushing down from the sky towards Zhuowen. This guy is finished. The anger of three great emperor realm cultivators is not something a peak heavenly master like him can handle. Seeing the three great emperor realm cultivators join attack, many people outside the temple were uncertain. Some even looked at Zhuowen with disdain, as if he was already a dead man. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen calmly looked at the three great emperor realm cultivators. A crack appeared in front of his forehead, and golden light poured out. The Buddha's eye appeared where his third eye should be. Zhuowen's entire body seemed to be plated with gold. A golden halo appeared behind his head. Then Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, the Buddha's light appeared and turned into a huge Buddha's palm. It slammed down from the top. Boom! The Buddha's light exploded. Then, the three great emperor realm cultivators' expressions completely froze. They found that their soul armor had been completely stopped by the power of the Buddha's palm. "Break!" Zhuowen's emotionless voice rang out. The Buddha's palm howled with a terrifying gust of wind. After that, it completely crushed the three soul armors. The remaining force didn't diminish as it slammed into the three emperors. Puchi, the three great emperor realm cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as snow. They stared at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a Buddha, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're also a great emperor realm cultivator?" Zhuowen didn't say anything. He stepped out, and the Buddha's palm descended from the sky like a mountain. It crushed the three great emperor realm cultivators again, wanting to crush them completely. Run! Even their soul armor studio couldn't deal with the Buddha's palm. They knew that they were no match for Zhuowen in Buddha's palm. They didn't say anything. They didn't say anything and fled in a Buddha's studio. Boom! The Buddha's palm slammed into the center of the temple. The terrifying force caused the entire temple to shake violently. Countless fine stones fell from the top of the temple. Gulp! The sound of people swallowing their saliva slowly came from outside the temple. Countless cultivators were petrified as they stared at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a Buddha's body, and forced the three great emperor realm cultivators to flee. No one expected that Zhuowen could defeat three great emperor realm cultivators in one move. His strength was too terrifying. Zhuowen frowned when he saw the three great emperors running away. He didn't continue to chase after them. Just as he was about to stop, a loud roar echoed through the air. The giant corpse, which had been suppressed by the great emperors, roared at the sky and charged towards Zhuowen. The stench of blood filled the air and spread throughout the temple. "Bastard, you're really courting death." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out. Then he raised his right hand, and countless Buddha's light gathered into a giant Buddha's palm. It slammed into the giant corpse and immediately smashed into the ground of the temple. A muffled boom resounded, causing the temple to tremble again. Unfortunately, the giant corpse didn't seem to care about its life. It was suppressed by the Buddha's palm and still howled loudly as if it didn't fear death at all. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with the giant corpse. After slamming it into the temple wall, he stepped out of the temple and instantly disappeared into the building complex. The cultivators outside the temple were all silent. No one dared to stop or snatch the heart of the imperial power from Zhuowen's hand. After all, Zhuowen was someone who could defeat three great emperor realm cultivators in one move. They would be courting death if they tried to stop him. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Zhuowen slowly sat cross-legged on the clouds. He waved his right hand, and the beating heart of the imperial power appeared in his hand. His eyes were burning with passion. It's said that a peak heavenly master who absorbs the heart of the imperial power can directly break through to the imperial power realm. I wonder if my original body can successfully break through to the imperial power realm after absorbing the heart of the imperial power, Zhuowen muttered softly as he held the heart of the imperial power. Try it first. Your original body can stay here and refine the heart of the imperial power. Your Buddha clone can continue to explore this land. This Dragon Lord can help you refine the heart of the imperial power as soon as possible. As for whether you can break through, I'm not too sure. Xiao Hei's voice rang out, causing Zhuowen to roll his eyes. If it weren't for this guy, how could it be so difficult for his original body to break through to the imperial power realm? That's the only way. With that, Zhuowen summoned his Buddha clone and gave him some instructions. He focused all his attention on refining the heart of the imperial power. The Buddha clone nodded and left, heading to explore other parts of the land. His Buddha doppelganger had a strand of his divine will, which was equivalent to him being there in person. Everything he saw could be transmitted to his main body. Therefore, Zhuowen was very assured to let his Buddha doppelganger continue to explore the land. This piece of land was extremely vast. The Buddha avatar passed by many buildings and saw many warriors exploring the various buildings. However, their harvest was not very good. 3 days later, the original body in the clouds slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He could not help but curse softly. I've completely refined the heart of the imperial power, but it still hasn't allowed me to break through to the imperial power realm. Xiao He, who was on his shoulder, laughed dryly and said, "Take it slow. Isn't it because you haven't accumulated enough? If you have accumulated enough, breaking through to the imperial power realm is a sure thing." Looking at Xiao He's calm expression, Zhuowen was speechless. He really wanted to go up and give it a slap. Wasn't it this guy's fault for making it so difficult for his original body to break through? Kid, you don't have to look at me like that. Since one heart of the imperial power is not enough, then 2, 3, or even more. As long as you accumulate enough star power in your body, breaking through to the imperial power realm will not be a problem, Xiao He said again. That's right. If 1 is not enough, then 2, or even more. Zhuowen was stunned. Immediately, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. The biggest problem he faced in breaking through was the star power. As long as he accumulated enough star power, he would finally succeed in breaking through. In this vast land, it was impossible for there to be only one heart of the imperial power. It was very likely that there were other hearts of the imperial power, but he had not encountered them yet. Is there a situation with the demonic Dao doppelganger? Zhuowen, who was deep in thought, was suddenly stunned. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Thousands of miles away from Zhuowen's original body, there was a temple surrounded by buildings. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around the temple. There were also many dried corpses sitting cross-legged in the temple. However, the strange thing was that although the cultivators surrounding the temple were eager to try, their eyes were filled with fear. They did not dare to enter the temple. This was because there were 6 figures slowly entering the temple. Moreover, the auras of these 6 figures were as vast as the sea. They were all martial emperors. These 6 people are the geniuses of Divine Academy. I know Xieyu. He's an outer court genius who recently advanced to the imperial power realm. I'm afraid he'll become an official disciple of the inner court soon. The other 5 are all official disciples of the inner court, especially Bai Yu. It's said that he's a 4th-level martial emperor genius. He's extremely famous in the inner court, Sky Capital Peak. Outside the temple, there was a clamor. Everyone looked at the 6 figures entering the temple with fear in their eyes. Whether it was in terms of strength or background, these 6 people were not comparable to ordinary cultivators like them. Outside the temple, a group of people among the crowd stared indifferently at the 6 figures in the temple. The leader of this group was a strange young man with long black and red hair. His body was surrounded by rolling demonic aura, causing many people around him to involuntarily distance themselves from him. This young man was Zhuowen's demonic doppelganger. Beside demonic doppelganger, Tai Mo Lord and Lu Hantian stood silently, while Zhuowen, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian stood quietly behind them. The imperial power heart is in this temple. Zhuowen, do you want to snatch it? Lu Hantian suddenly asked in a low voice. Demonic doppelganger Zhuowen nodded. Of course, but we'll have to wait until Bai Yu and the others get the imperial power heart first. Then we'll snatch it from Bai Yu's hands. Lu Hantian nodded. He had no objections. Although Bai Yu and the others had 6 martial emperors, the strongest was only Bai Yu, who was a 4th-level martial emperor. The rest were all below the 4th-level martial emperor realm. Zhuowen alone could deal with Bai Yu. Even more terrifying was Tai Mo Lord, who could probably fight against 5 of them alone. Therefore, Lu Hantian was not worried about not being able to snatch it from Bai Yu and the others. Senior brother, what's on this altar should be the heart of imperial power. Although this thing isn't of much use to us, if we were to exchange it with the big families in the divine specter realm, many people would be willing to pay a high price for this heart of imperial power. Lanju stared at the heart of imperial power on the altar and said with a burning gaze, Baiyu nodded, "The corpse in this temple is probably not simple. Let's get rid of it as soon as possible." Chapter 1237. Baiyu with the lineup of Baiyu's group of 6, the mummies in the temple were naturally no match for them. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the mummies, including the giant mummy, were dealt with and turned to ashes. So strong. Many surrounding cultivators revealed looks of dread. The combat strength displayed by Baiyu's group of 6 was too terrifying. The mummies in the temple were extremely powerful, but they were easily dealt with by Baiyu's group. When Baiyu's group stepped out of the temple, the surrounding cultivators unconsciously opened up a path for them. They watched in awe as they walked out of the temple with the heart of imperial power. However, Baiyu and the rest did not walk far before their footsteps came to a halt. Baiyu, who was walking at the front, raised his head slightly and stared at Wen's group of demonic path members who were blocking their path. He coldly said, "Is there a problem?" Because Zhuowen had used the 100 transformation divine art, his current appearance was extremely unfamiliar to Baiyu and the others. In addition, the demonic aura around demon Dao Zhuowen's body was surging, so they naturally wouldn't associate him with Zhuowen's real body. Moreover, Baiyu also felt the powerful demonic aura around demon Dao Zhuowen's body, so he rarely asked this question. After all, this young man in front of him was a terrifying demonic cultivator, and a demonic cultivator whose realm wasn't low. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to provoke such an existence. Hand over the heart of imperial power. Demon Dao Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand and said in a calm voice. His tone was extremely natural, as if it was natural for Baiyu to hand over the heart of imperial power. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. Many cultivators stared at demon Dao Zhuowen in astonishment. Although everyone could feel that the demonic youth's aura was extraordinary, his aura was still inferior to Baiyu's. Even his lineup was inferior. After all, Baiyu's side had 6 Emperor Realm cultivators, while Demon Dao Zhuowen's side only had 3 Emperor Realm cultivators. The remaining 3 were only peak Heavenly Venerables. It was obvious that the lineup of the 2 sides was completely unequal. "What did you say?" Baiyu thought that he had heard wrongly. He stared sharply at Zhuowen and asked in surprise. "Hand over the heart of the imperial power," Zhuowen said again, without any hesitation. Baiyu and the others fell into silence. Their eyes were fixed on Zhuowen. They couldn't figure out where this demonic youth got the courage to ask them for the heart of imperial power. "Are you joking?" Baiyu narrowed his eyes as his voice turned cold. "I'm serious. If you don't hand it over, then I can only take it by force." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he spread out his hands. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Baiyu and the others froze again. This demonic youth was too arrogant and conceited. He actually planned to snatch it from them. "You are very confident." Baiyu looked deeply at Zhuowen. He took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor's pressure spread out. Lanju, Dark Moon, and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at each other in dismay, knowing that this demonic youth had truly angered Baiyu. After all, Baiyu was a genius of the inner court's capital Sky Peak. Moreover, his status was extremely high. For this demonic youth to so brazenly demand that he hand over the heart of the imperial power was absolutely an extremely arrogant provocation. The surrounding cultivators consciously retreated dozens of steps, opening up an open space. whether it was Bai Yu or this demonic youth. Their auras were extremely vast. If they really fought, the energy shock waves that emanated from their bodies would be extremely terrifying. It would be difficult for them to withstand it. So it was better to retreat first. Zhuowen, are you confident? Lu Hantian asked in a low voice. Even though he knew that Zhuowen had killed a fourth-stage immortal emperor as a third-stage immortal emperor, Bai Yu was still a genius from the inner institute of the Divine Academy. His combat strength was probably even more terrifying than ordinary fourth-stage immortal emperors. Hence, he was worried that Zhuowen might not be a match for Bai Yu. Don't worry, big brother Hantian. I have my own methods to deal with Bai Yu. Zhuowen smiled faintly. Lu Hantian nodded when he saw the confident smile on Zhuowen's face. He retreated to the back with the Lord of the Grand Demon and the others. They silently observed Zhuowen and Bai Yu, who were facing each other in the distance. No one has ever dared to say such presumptuous words in front of me. You're the first. Don't think that you're invincible, just because you're a demon emperor. I'll let you know that there's no such thing as an outsider in this world. Bai Yu flicked the middle finger of his right hand. A beam of light shot out from his spirit ring, forming a 3-meter-long halberd. The pressure that emanated from the surface of the halberd swept out like a whirlwind, causing many of the surrounding cultivators' expressions to change. A mid-tier emperor weapon? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the halberd in Bai Yu's hand. The emperor pressure that emanated from the halberd was truly terrifying, causing him to faintly tremble in fear. This pressure wasn't something that a low-tier emperor weapon could compare to, as expected of an inner court disciple. He actually used a mid-tier emperor weapon right off the bat. Many of the surrounding cultivators' eyes trembled slightly as they softly muttered to themselves. Senior brother Bai Yu used the flowing feather halberd right off the bat. It seems that this demon Dao youth isn't simple to him. Not far behind, Lan Zhu's eyes flickered as he spoke with some surprise. A pink-clothed woman, standing beside Lan Zhu, revealed a cautious look in her beautiful eyes. She softly said, "Didn't you notice that this demon Dao youth is a third heaven demon emperor? Demon Dao cultivators are heaven-defying cultivators. Once they become demon emperors, their battle prowess far surpasses emperor realm cultivators of the same level. Generally speaking, a third heaven demon emperor's battle prowess surpasses a fourth heaven demon emperor's. Although senior brother Bai Yu's battle prowess is extraordinary, he still needs to be cautious in front of a third heaven demon emperor." He's actually a third heaven demon emperor? Lan Zhu and the others narrowed their eyes. Their cultivation was below the third heaven demon emperor realm, so they couldn't sense the specific aura of Zhuowen's cultivation. However, the pink-clothed woman beside them was a genius whose cultivation was second only to Bai Yu. She had reached the third heaven demon emperor realm, and her name was Jiangying. As a third heaven demon emperor, Jiangying could clearly sense how intense the pressure from Zhuowen's body was. Although both of them were third heaven demon emperors, the two words demon emperor carried a much higher weight. "Take out your emperor weapon. Otherwise, you might not have a chance." Bai Yu took a step forward and gripped the halberd tightly with his 5 fingers. The crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from his palm. The surface of the flowing feather halberd emitted a white light that resembled wings. It was as if the halberd had grown wings. It looked rather strange. "I don't necessarily need to use my emperor weapon to deal with you," Zhuowen said indifferently. He clenched his right hand, and billowing great demonic battle chi gathered in his palm, turning into the great demonic halberd. Bai Yu's face stiffened, and he said in a deep voice, "How arrogant! Soon, I will let you know the consequences of your arrogance." Boom! A ferocious glint flashed across Bai Yu's eyes. Soon after, The flowing feather halberd in his hand shook violently, immediately emitting a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. Immediately, the countless white light wings attached to the surface of the halberd suddenly shot out, transforming into a sky full of light that bombarded Zhuo. When below, Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He raised the great demonic halberd in his hand, and billowing demonic aura surged up like black clouds, forming a black waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. The flowing feather halberd collided with the black waterfall, emitting a dull sound. Soon, it was completely annihilated by the black waterfall. Swoosh! The moment the flowing feather halberd flew out, Bai Yu's figure suddenly moved, and he closed in on Zhuowen like a ghost. He waved the halberd in his hand, and suddenly dozens of halberd shadows burst out. Then, the dozens of halberd shadows fell on Zhuowen's vital parts. The power was like a storm, extremely terrifying. The halberd shadows that filled the sky rapidly enlarged in Zhuowen's eyes. Then, he did not dare to be careless. He slashed out with the great demonic halberd in his right hand, and billowing demonic aura surged out, forming a huge halberd shadow in the sky. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The crisp sound of metal clashing, accompanied by endless sparks, constantly resounded in the open space. Soon after, the countless halberd shadows collided with the huge halberd shadows. Soon after, the halberd shadows formed by Zhuowen's great demon halberd did not persist for long before they were all destroyed. Of course, the halberd shadows that Bai Yu brandished were blocked by Zhuowen's great demonic halberd, and their power was greatly weakened. When they fell in front of Zhuowen, they were all dissolved by Zhuowen. Swoosh! After dissolving Bai Yu's halberd shadows, Zhuowen took a step forward and shot out like a black lightning bolt. In an instant, he was in front of Bai Yu, and the great demonic halberd in his hand slammed down from above. Demonic aura filled the sky, and its power was terrifying. Boom! Looking at the figure that was getting closer, Bai Yu's pupils shrank. His right hand suddenly touched the flowing feather halberd, and the countless white light wings attached to the halberd stuck to Bai Yu's body, forming a strange defense. Then, Bai Yu's hands crossed, and the halberd was placed in front of him. With a dull sound, the halberd blocked the great demonic halberd. At the same time, the demonic aura on the surface of the great demonic halberd had a terrifying corrosive power, and it seeped into Bai Yu's body. However, it was blocked by the white light wings around him. Break! Bai Yu shouted coldly, and his hand stopped. Immediately, the flowing feather halberd in his hand emitted a blazing white light, and its power was many times more terrifying than before. Crack! Under this power, the great demonic halberd in Zhuowen's hand collapsed inch by inch. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The moment the great demonic halberd shattered, he immediately retreated. However, Bai Yu's halberd was like a venomous snake, and at a tricky angle, it suddenly swept towards Zhuowen's chest in an attempt to pierce through him. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. With a clench of his hands, another two great demonic halberds appeared in front of him, and he wanted to block the flowing feather halberd that had not lost its power. It's useless, Luo Guanyu. Chapter 1238. Speed bang, bang, bang. The flowing feather halberd, which was wrapped in the wings, streaked across the sky like a meteor. The sharp, whistling sound produced by the friction between the halberd and the air was ear-piercing. Zhuowen's pupils shrank under the impact of the flowing feather halberd. He waved the great demon halberd in his hands in an attempt to block the power of the flowing feather halberd. Unfortunately, the power of the flowing feather halberd was too terrifying. Every time his great demon halberd hit the surface of the flowing feather halberd, the terrifying flowing light would be annihilated. Zhuowen had no choice but to form another great demon halberd to block the powerful flowing feather halberd. Dang! Dang! At the same time, Zhuowen retreated again and again until he was dozens of meters away. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground. Billowing demonic aura surged and turned into a huge demonic shadow in the void. The demonic shadow had a giant hand that was hundreds of feet long. It slammed down on the flowing feather halberd. Rumble! The power of the demonic shadow was extremely terrifying. It actually completely stopped the forward momentum of the flowing feather halberd. However, this pause only lasted for a moment. The flowing feather halberd actually let out a hum and directly destroyed the demonic shadow's giant hand. It directly pierced through the demonic shadow's palm and skewered it like a mutton skewer. A triple demon emperor is nothing special. Baiyu took a step forward and came to the side of the flowing feather halberd in an instant. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the flowing feather halberd. Then he twisted his right palm, and the flowing feather halberd burst out a blazing white light. It fell from the sky. Baiyu followed the flowing feather halberd and fell as if he was one with the halberd. What a terrifying attack! Looking at the falling light feather that Baiyu used, many of the surrounding warriors narrowed their eyes and could not help but exclaim. They could imagine that if they were to face this move, they would probably be in grave danger. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Zhuowen. They wanted to know how the demonic youth would react to Baiyu's attack. Or would he allow himself to be captured without a fight? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. Suddenly, a black and red Buddhist commandment blade swept out from the spirit ring. A monstrous demonic power burst out from the Buddhist commandment blade, and a terrifying demonic wind emerged around Zhuowen. This is a demonic weapon. When the demonic slaughtering blade appeared in Zhuowen's hand, everyone was shocked. The demonic power that the demonic slaughtering blade exuded was extremely terrifying. Everyone could feel that this demonic weapon was definitely not ordinary. Life destruction. Zhuowen's indifferent voice reverberated in the area. Then he slashed out with the slaughtering demon blade. Suddenly, a terrifying blade shadow fell from the sky like a huge and terrifying mountain. It smashed down and hit Baiyu's Luoguang feather. Rumble! An explosion resounded. Soon after, the two terrifying energies were like compressed bombs that directly exploded. The entire empty ground resounded with terrifying vibrations. Numerous cracks even formed on the ground, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. The energy ripples spread out, causing many of the surrounding warriors' faces to change drastically. They quickly retreated. Just the energy ripples alone had such power. They could not imagine how terrifying the power at the center of the explosion was. Amidst the explosion, Zhuowen's surging demonic aura adhered to the surface of his body. It was just like the toughest armor as it shuttled through the wild and violent energy like an agile fish. In an instant, it had descended onto Baiyu, who was wrapped in the wings. At this moment, Baiyu's eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect Zhuowen's demonic weapon to be so terrifying. What was even more surprising was that Zhuowen could move freely in the explosion. What kind of freak was that? Hand over the imperial power heart, Zhuowen said indifferently. Baiyu's eyes were gloomy. He said coldly, "You are not weak. However, it will not be so easy for you to defeat me." Not handing it over. Then I will beat you until you hand it over. Zhuowen indifferently spat out these words. Soon after, the slaughtering demonic blade suddenly slashed at the wings. Immediately, a terrifying demonic power came crashing down like a mountain, causing the expression of Baiyu, who was under the protection of the wings, to change drastically. Bang! The wings, which were curled up like a white ball, were blasted down by the blade like a rubber ball. They smashed heavily on the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone looked at the ball formed by the wings. They could see the figure in the white light. It was no stranger to them. It was Baiyu. However, before anyone could react, Zhuo had already arrived. He slashed out again, and the wing was sent flying again. Zhuo teleported to the next location where the wing was sent flying, and the demonic slaughter blade in his hand slashed out again. This repeated a few times. The ball formed by the wings was like a rubber ball that kept flying around in the air. It was hit by Zhuo continuously. Every time he hit, the direction of the whip would change. Baiyu, who was within the wings, was in a miserable state. Just the rebounding force that was transmitted from the surface of the wings caused his blood to boil. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Moreover, Zhuo seemed to be addicted to playing. He continued to whip the wings, causing the ball to fly around in the air. It could not fall down at all. Bastard, let go of senior brother Baiyu. The girl in pink, Jiangying, could not watch any longer. She cried out. Her foot pushed off the ground, and she rushed towards Zhuo in an attempt to stop Zhuo. With Jiangying leading the way, the 4D stage experts behind her, including Xieyu, also rushed over. Baiyu was their senior brother and a famous genius of Sky Capital Peak. At this moment, he was being ravaged by an unfamiliar demonic youth. It was extremely humiliating for them. The eyes of the Grand Demon Lord and Lu Hantian, who were originally watching, flickered. They suddenly rushed forward and intercepted Jiangying's group. "You dare to stop me?" Jiangying cried out. With a wave of her hand, she immediately drew a soft whip from her waist. Countless whip shadows danced like snakes as they suddenly rushed forward, enveloping the Grand Demon Lord and Lu Hantian. The Grand Devil Master slowly extended a shriveled hand, after which he gently clenched his hand. Surging Grand Devil Battle Chi rushed out and turned into a huge devil palm. This devil palm descended from the sky. Immediately, the countless whip shadows collapsed an inch at a time. Jiangying let out a muffled groan and took a couple of steps back. Her pretty eyes were filled with shock. "You're also a third-level demon emperor." Jiangying could not help but cry out. As soon as these words came out, many people around were shocked. The demonic youth was a third heaven demon emperor, which was already shocking enough. The stooped old man in front of them was also a third heaven demon emperor. Two demon emperor powerhouses appearing at the same time was absolutely a terrifying thing. "I advise you not to act recklessly, or I might not be able to stop myself and end up killing you," sneered the Grand Demon Lord. The hearts of Jiangying and the others immediately chilled when they heard that. The young man from the demonic path had already demonstrated how terrifying a third-level demon emperor was. They knew that even if they worked together, they would probably not be a match for the old man. Jiangying in particular had discovered that the Grand Demon Lord's strength was probably even more terrifying than the young man from the demonic path, so her delicate figure trembled slightly. She actually dared not act rashly. "Bastard, you forced me to do this." Finally, a furious roar rang out in the sky. The winged sphere that Zhuo had sent flying suddenly unfurled, revealing Baiyu. Baiyu was not in a very good state right now. He clutched his chest with his right hand as he panted heavily. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as he coughed violently. However, his eyes were extremely red as he glared at Zhuo. Boom! Baiyu extended his right hand towards his forehead. Immediately, a terrifying white light surged out from his back. The white light rapidly expanded and turned into a huge pair of wings. "Kill!" Baiyu roared out as the wings on his back opened and closed. His speed skyrocketed, and he turned into a gust of wind before everyone, directly disappearing from where he was. So fast, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The wings on Baiyu's back were probably his armor soul. They could actually increase his speed so terrifyingly. Even Zhuowen was secretly surprised. Swoosh! When Zhuowen returned to his senses, there was a whistling sound behind him. Afterwards, a halberd shot towards Zhuowen's back with lightning-like speed, as if it wanted to pierce through him. Block! With a twist of his waist, Zhuowen immediately dodged the fatal blow of the halberd. The tip of the halberd just so happened to sweep past his waist, and actually tore apart the robe around his waist. He knew that if he had been a step slower, that halberd would have really pierced through his chest. Your reaction is quite fast. A soft sound rang out. Then Zhuowen realized that the halberd at his waist was actually whistling through the air as if it wanted to cut him in half. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He swept the demonic slaughtering blade horizontally and blocked the halberd that was coming towards his waist. Then he groaned and took a few steps back. He lifted his head and looked at Baiyu, who had spread his wings and a ferocious look in his eyes. The reason why I'm called Baiyu is because my armor soul is also called Baiyu. With it, I have unparalleled speed. Even a 5th level emperor would find it difficult to catch up with me, let alone you. Baiyu laughed coldly. Is that so? Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He formed a seal with his hands, and immediately 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. Let's compete in speed. Having said that, Zhuowen took a step forward. His entire body was like an ethereal bolt of lightning as he shot towards Baiyu. Baiyu obviously did not expect Zhuowen to have wings as well. Moreover, they were lightning wings. Hence, when Zhuowen shot towards him, he could not help but fall into a daze. However, when he came back to his senses, he roared and quickly retreated. However, it was all too late. Chaotic mortal world. Chapter 1239. Frantically collecting when Baiyu regained his senses, Zhuowen's slaughtering demonic blade had already arrived and swept towards his back. Thereafter, he felt a sharp pain on his back as the winged armor soul was chopped off by Zhuowen. It turned into countless rays of white light and dissipated in the void. Uffed. With his wings chopped off, Baiyu wasn't feeling well either. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Retreat. Baiyu let out a low roar and was about to retreat. However, Zhuowen's movements were much faster than his. The moment Baiyu retreated, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his empty left arm and grabbed Baiyu's neck. Bastard! Baiyu cursed as the flowing feather halberd in his right hand suddenly stopped and swept towards Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He raised the slaughtering demonic blade and blocked the flowing feather halberd that was flying towards him. If you dare to act rashly again, I'll kill you. Seeing that Baiyu still wanted to act recklessly, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold with dense killing intent. That killing intent instantly caused Baiyu's face to turn stiff, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. He was really afraid that Zhuowen would kill him without any mercy. Wouldn't that be an unjust death for him? I'm an official disciple of the Divine Academy's Inner Courtyard's Sky Capital Peak. Do you dare to kill me? Baiyu said with some unwillingness. Zhuowen lifted him up with a single hand and said indifferently, "You can try if I dare." At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was extremely quiet as everyone stared at Baiyu, who was being lifted up by Zhuowen like a little chick, and kept quiet out of fear. This demonic youth was too terrifying. Even an inner courtyard genius like Baiyu had been defeated by him. Furthermore, he had even held her in his hand in such a humiliating manner. This was an extremely shocking matter for everyone present. As they looked at Zhuowen, their eyes were filled with awe and respect. Bai Yu's eyes flickered as he finally gave in. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, he only had one life. How could he dare to take it as a joke? Hand over the imperial power heart, Zhuowen said calmly. I can give you the heart of the imperial power, but you have to guarantee my safety, White Feather said through gritted teeth. Zhuowen nodded and said, Don't worry, I have no interest in killing you. Hand it over. Indeed, Zhuowen had never thought of killing Bai Yu. After all, he was a genius of Sky Capital Peak and should have a mark left behind by Elder Huaxia on his body. If he killed Bai Yu, he would probably anger Elder Huaxia. At that time, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. After all, Elder Huaxia's strength was unfathomable and much more terrifying than Bai Yu's. Bai Yu gently exhaled upon hearing these words. She took out the heart of imperial power from her spirit ring and directly tossed it to Zhuowen, after which she said, Can you release me now? After receiving the imperial heart, Zhuowen carefully examined it before storing it into his spirit ring. At the same time, he released his right hand that was strangling Bai Yu. Cough, cough, White Feather drew back dozens of steps. He coughed several times, warily staring at Zhuowen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the 5 people led by Jiang Ying also came to White Feather's side. Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she asked, Senior Brother White Feather, are you all right? White Feather shook his head and looked at Zhuowen in front of him with a gloomy gaze. She coldly asked, Who are you? You seem to be a genius of the Demon Emperor. Could it be that you are from the desolate Nether Realms deserted island? Desolate Nether Realms deserted island, Zhuowen inwardly muttered to himself. Looking at White Feather's meaning, the desolate Nether Realms deserted island should be a force of demon cultivators. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to associate him with the desolate Nether Realms deserted island because of his identity as a demon emperor. Speaking of which, Zhuowen really didn't know much about the 9 Nether Realm. It seemed that he had to go to the 9 Nether Realm as soon as possible. Moreover, Mu Qinshue's cold poison only had 7 months left, so there wasn't much time left for him. So what if I do? And so what if I don't? After Zhuowen said such ambiguous words, he bid farewell to Lu Hantian and Tai Mo Lord. Then, under everyone's gazes, the group directly left this place. Now, Zhuowen had a great need for the heart of imperial power, so he naturally couldn't waste too much time here. In addition, this land was extremely vast, so there were probably a lot of hearts of imperial power. Not only did he need to obtain the heart of imperial power for LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, but his own body also had an extremely great need for the heart of imperial power. Big Brother Hantian. There must be a lot of buildings similar to temples in this land. If we search together, the efficiency will be very low. Zhuowen suddenly said, Do you mean that we should search separately? Lu Hantian asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded and said, Brother Lu, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing all need hearts of imperial power. My main body probably needs quite a few as well, so I don't know when we'll be able to find them if we search like this. So, it's best if we split up and search for them. Master is right. His original body seems to require an extremely great amount of star energy because of his dragon soul. A single heart of imperial power isn't enough for Master to reach the Emperor realm. So the more hearts of imperial power there are, the better, said Tai Mo Lord. During the 10 years in the Pang Great World, the Tai Mo Lord had spent time with Zhuowen. Coupled with the fact that he was Zhuowen's servant, he knew a few things about Zhuowen. In particular, he had a deep impression of the strange dragon soul in Zhuowen's body. Since that's the case, let's split up. I'll lead Yi Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, Lu Hantian nodded. The three of them discussed for a while more before leaving behind their own imprints. Soon after, they shot off in all directions, searching for the heart of imperial power. On Bayou's side, not long after Zhuowen and the others left, another three figures shot over from the horizon and landed there. Among these three people, the leader was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He had long purple hair, and his eyes were a strange purple color. Two old men stood respectfully on both sides of him. One old man had a kind face, while the other old man had a rather gloomy gaze. Greetings to Master Mufeng, Dean, and Elder Huaxia. Baiyu and the others cupped their hands respectfully to the three people in front of them. The old man with the gloomy gaze took a step forward and arrived in front of Baiyu and the others. Looking at Bayu's weak aura, he frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on?" Baiyu and the others looked at each other with a wry smile on their faces. They then recounted what had just happened in full detail. 2 third-level demon emperors. Elder Huaxia frowned slightly and muttered to himself in confusion. "Elder, do you think they are geniuses from the deserted island of the desolate nether realm?" Baiyu asked with some apprehension. Elder Huaxia narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "The Bitter Sea is some distance away from the 9th nether realm, and the desolate nether realm is extremely remote. It's unlikely that those demon cultivators from the deserted island would come all the way to the Emperor's tomb to search for treasures." "Then which force do they belong to?" Baiyu asked with some confusion. Elder Huaxia shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not sure. Since the heart of imperial power has been lost, it's not very useful to you. There's no need to force it. If you can obtain the inheritance of a powerful Emperor realm warrior in the Emperor's tomb, or obtain a mid-grade or even high-grade Emperor artifact, that's something worth celebrating. Of course, if we can meet the demon cultivators you mentioned on the way, it's not impossible to seize the heart of imperial power from them." "Have you seen Zhuowen?" Suddenly, Master Mufeng arrived behind Elder Huaxia and asked in an absent-minded manner. Baiyu and the other 5 looked at each other and shook their heads. When they entered, they had chosen a different path from Zhuowen. It was normal for them to not meet him. Master Mufeng's eyes narrowed when he heard this, revealing a rare trace of disappointment. Of course, this expression was quickly concealed by him. He looked into the distance and looked at the huge gully in the middle of the ground. He said in an indifferent manner, "The core region of the Emperor's tomb should be within that gully. There should be many Emperor realm warriors who have died there. Let's go there first." When they heard Master Mufeng's words, the gazes of many surrounding warriors fell on the huge gully in the middle. Their eyes were filled with a fiery passion. "Let's go." Before Grandmaster Mufeng could continue speaking, many of the surrounding warriors became restless, after which they rushed out like a swarm of locusts and rushed towards the huge gully. "Master, let's go." Elder Huaxia's expression was a little ugly when he saw those figures scrambling to leave. He knew that if they were late, all the good things would be snatched by others. Master Mufeng smiled faintly and said, "Although I have guessed that the gully is the core region of the Emperor's tomb, it is only my guess. I have never entered it. Who knows if there is any danger around the gully? Therefore, before we enter, someone must test it." The expressions of Elder Huaxia and the rest became dull when these words were uttered. They finally understood why Grandmaster Mufeng would utter such words in public. Although it appeared as though Grandmaster Mufeng had casually uttered these words, the latter had actually been brewing for a long time. Even Elder Huaxia and the headmaster felt a chill when they saw his scheming nature. "Let's follow behind those people and observe the situation." Master Mufeng did not care about the strange expressions on the faces of Elder Huaxia, the headmaster, and the rest. With a soft laugh, He took the lead and rushed towards the gully. The headmaster, Elder Huaxia, and the rest looked at each other and followed closely behind. While many people were rushing to the central ravine, Zhuo Wen's 3 clones were busy searching for the heart of imperial power in this land. Needless to say, he really did find several similar temple buildings. Naturally, there were other warriors in the temple buildings. However, with Zhuo Wen's cultivation and strength, ordinary imperial power realm warriors could not do anything to him, let alone those warriors at the peak of the celestial venerable realm. Chapter 1240. Night wandering Levine just 6 hours. He had collected 10 hearts of imperial power. This was a great harvest for Zhuowen through the communication jade charm. The Lord of Grand Demon seemed to have collected 3 hearts of imperial power. However, Lu Hantian was unlucky. The 4 of them had only collected 2 hearts of imperial power. LV Yitao, Qing Lian, and Luo Xing all needed hearts of imperial power. Hence, Zhuowen planned to give them 1 heart of imperial power. After all, it would not be easy for him to break through to the imperial power realm. Furthermore, it would take a lot of time. He was not in a hurry. Let's gather the Buddha and Demon Dao doppelganger first. Zhuowen stood quietly in the void. His eyes were shining. Just as he was about to gather the 2 doppelgangers, his gaze fell on a group of buildings below. There was also a group of warriors gathered in the group of buildings. There was a similar temple in the middle of the group. The reason why Zhuowen's attention was attracted to the similar temple was because there were several figures standing opposite each other in the open space outside the temple. These figures were faintly divided into 2 factions. One of the factions was led by a beautiful lady with a graceful figure and a zither in her hand. Behind her, there were 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women. The beautiful lady with the zither stared coldly at the group of people in front of her. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that there was a young man with green eyes at the head of the group of people in front of her. I did not expect that night wandering love from the Night Monster Island would arrive. Although Moyan Wushang is the granddaughter of Mo Yen by Yen, he is not by her side. I'm afraid that night wandering love will act recklessly. If Moyan Wushang is tactful enough to hand over the heart of imperial power, perhaps night wandering love will not do anything to him on account of his identity. If she doesn't hand it over, it's hard to imagine what she'll do with her personality. Many martial artists looked at the young man with bewitching eyes, their eyes filled with fear. Yi Yuqing was very famous in the Bitter Sea. Not only was he the son of a demon emperor, Yi Wuxin, but his talent was also extremely terrifying. He was already a first-level demon emperor and had once killed a second-level demon emperor. He was famous for his ferocity. Yi Yuqing wasn't very famous before he ascended. He was even weaker than Xieyu and Yama Crown Prince on Azura Island. However, with Yi Wuxin's help, his battle prowess became even more terrifying. He even killed a second-layer Great Emperor to establish his prestige. Moreover, after advancing to the Demon Emperor realm, Nocturnal Love's behavior had also become unscrupulous. No matter what your identity was, he would dare to kill you. Therefore, this guy's ferocious reputation in the Misery Sea was extremely great. Miss Moyan, my patience is very limited. It wasn't easy for me to find this temple, but you beat me to it and seized the heart of imperial power. Don't you think you should return it to me? Yi Yuqing said with an evil and cold aura. Yi Yuqing, you bastard, do you have any shame? Obviously, this heart of the imperial power was obtained by us with great effort. You want us to hand it over? How can it be so easy? Moyan Wushang said coldly. Yi Yuqing's smile became even more brilliant. You don't want to hand it over? I have plenty of ways to make you hand it over. After saying that, Yi Yuqing ordered more than 10 of his subordinates behind him. You guys capture the 4 people behind Moyen Wushang. I'll teach Miss Mo Yen a lesson. He he. The subordinates behind Yi Yuqing nodded and rushed out. They surrounded Qingyin, Jia, Nand, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian behind Moyen Wushang. It had to be said that these subordinates of the Night Demon Island were not mediocre. Each of them had the strength of a peak heavenly master. Despicable. Moyen Wushang shouted. Her jade-like hand suddenly pulled on the zither. The sound of the zither spread out like a monstrous tsunami. The sound of the zither contained a terrifying, murderous intent, causing the whole area to be filled with murderous intent. The nearby warriors' faces changed. Under the influence of the murderous sound, they were forced to retreat. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment Moyen Wushang plucked the zither, Qingyin, who was surrounded, also used her armor soul. Her armor soul was a zither. Her slender jade-like hand suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. The murderous sound burst out and merged with Moyen Wushang's sound wave. Suddenly, the power of the sound wave increased by 1,000 times. The murderous sound spread out in the form of a ring. It affected more than 10 warriors of the Night Demon Island, causing their pupils to shrink. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. They heavily smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. The dull sound of their bodies falling to the ground echoed in everyone's heart like an echo. So strong. Looking at more than 10 warriors of the Night Demon Island, who were repelled in an instant, many warriors in the surroundings exclaimed in a low voice. Qingyin and Moyen Wushang were monstrous geniuses of the excellent God Academy. Although their cultivation was at the peak heavenly master realm, their battle strength was close to the first-level emperor realm. It was naturally easy for them to repel more than 10 ordinary peak heavenly masters of the Night Demon Island. Yi Yuqing licked his lips and said with a smile, worthy of being called the geniuses of the excellent God Island. However, I wonder if you can still be so insufferably strong when facing me? As he spoke, Yi Yuqing took a step forward and flew out like a rock spreading its wings. His right hand clenched in the air, and a snake-shaped spear that was emitting green light appeared in his palm. Surrounding the snake-shaped spear was a green python. Its ferocious tongue was sticking out, and it looked extremely terrifying. Qingyin, help me. Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with a dignified expression. He instructed Qingyin, who was behind him. Her slender jade-like hand stretched out and plucked the zither strings on the surface. The sound of killing gushed out. Qingyin did not dare to be negligent. She held the zither in her hand and plucked it out. The two sounds of killing converged together and formed a sound wave dragon. It whistled towards Yi Yuqing in the sky. Yi Yuqing was awe-inspiring and fearless. The snake-shaped spear in his hand stopped. His waist twisted, and his whole body spun like a hurricane. At the tip of the snake-shaped spear, an extremely fierce green light gushed out. The green light burst out and turned into a green python, rushing towards the sound wave dragon below. Boom! As the serpents and dragons intertwined, an extremely tragic sound of collision immediately erupted. It was like a deafening explosion. The two serpents and dragons' huge bodies continued to fight in the air, causing invisible energy ripples to spread out in the air. Break! Yi Yuqing descended from the sky. The snake-shaped spear smashed down fiercely. A terrifying force filled the air, causing invisible ripples to appear in the space. Suddenly, the sound wave dragon let out a sorrowful cry and shattered into pieces. Puff! The sound wave dragon was broken. Moyen Wushang and Qingyin spurted out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Yuqing was indeed a first-level demon emperor. His fighting strength was so terrifying that he could easily break their joint attack. Yi Yuqing's momentum did not decrease. He held the snake-shaped spear and shot out again. His target was Moyan Wushang. After all, the imperial heart was in Moyan Wushang's hands. Looking at Yi Yuqing, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes slightly changed. She wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, Yi Yuqing's attack had caused her to suffer a serious internal injury. At this moment, her reaction was much slower than before. In an instant, Yi Yuqing was in front of her. "Sister Wushang, dodge!" A slightly childish voice rang out. Then Jia Nen came out of nowhere and crashed into Moyan Wushang's body. Moyan Wushang's body could not help but fall to one side, just in time to dodge Yi Yuqing's attack. Yi Yuqing stared coldly at Jia Nan, who was causing trouble in front of him. He said coldly, "You are courting death." After saying that, Yi Yuqing threw the snake-shaped spear in his hand and mercilessly hit Jia Nan's body. With his strength as a first-level demon emperor, this attack was completely capable of killing this brat, who was only at the peak of the golden venerable realm. Boom! Sure enough, Jia Nan was sent flying by Yi Yuqing's attack without exception. He spat out a mouthful of blood and heavily smashed into the ground not far away. However, Yi Yuqing was puzzled by the fact that Jia Nan actually didn't die. Instead, he struggled on the ground for a moment before actually jumping up. Is this brat a freak? His cultivation is at the peak of the golden venerable realm. Under Yi Yuqing's attack, he actually did not die. Many warriors in the surroundings looked at Jia Nan, who was struggling to get up, as if they were looking at a freak. At the same time, whispers could be heard from the surroundings. Yi Yuqing was also a little surprised, especially when he heard the discussions of the surrounding people. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He coldly snorted, stepped out, and suddenly rushed out. He gave up on Mo Yen of Wushang and rushed towards Canaan again. To think that he, a demon emperor, could not kill a peak of the golden venerable realm warrior. This was really damaging to his reputation as a demon emperor. Brother! Looking at Yi Yuqing rushing towards Jia Nan again, Gatha, who was not far away, had a slight change in her expression. Although she knew that Jia Nan had the undying armor soul and had an extremely strong recovery ability, it did not mean that he could not die. If Jia Nan was hit by a terrifying attack, his undying armor soul would be useless. At that time, he would really die. Without any hesitation, Gatha immediately used the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. A terrifying snowstorm surged out, and a hazy tall figure appeared in the snowstorm. If one looked carefully, one could see that the figure's hands and feet were tied with chains. It looked extremely strange. As soon as the Heaven's Wrath armor soul appeared, it rushed out under Gatha's instructions and blocked in front of Jia Nan. Get lost. Chapter 1241. Demonic Transformation. What kind of armor soul is this? Yi Yuqing's eyes shrunk to the size of needles. He stared intently at the partially visible figure in the snowstorm. The Heaven's Wrath armor spirit actually gave him a sense of danger. Although it was only a little, it was enough to cause him to be stunned. After all, the owner of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul, Gatha, was only a heavenly sovereign. It was extremely rare for a heavenly sovereign to give him such a sense of danger. Clang! The sound of chains dancing could be heard as the figure in the snowstorm threw out a punch. Countless black chains swept out like pythons. In the middle of the black chains was a huge iron fist. Boom! When the punch landed on Yi Yuqing's snake-shaped spear, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then Yi Yuqing's pupils shrank as she retreated. Her hands, which were holding the snake-shaped spear, felt a faint numbness. With a punch, Shuebao's figure took a step forward. His fists were like a rainstorm, continuously pouring down on Yi Yuqing. His fists were like raindrops falling on Yi Yuqing's body, causing Yi Yuqing to retreat step by step. He seemed to be exhausted from running for his life. An uproar spread out in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. No one had expected that Yi Yuqing, a first-level demon emperor, would be suppressed. It was truly inconceivable. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin looked at the Heaven's Wrath armor soul with their eyes bulging. They were stunned. Previously, Zhuowen had asked them to take care of Jianan and Gatha, and they had done it. However, the two of them did not expect Jianan and Gatha to be so extraordinary. Putting aside the fact that Jianan had survived Yi Yuqing's attack, just the fact that Gatha had released this strange armor soul was enough to suppress Yi Yuqing, was enough to shock the two of them. So strong. Moyan Wushang and Soft Note looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was one thing for Zhuowen to be a freak, but to think that Kanan and Jasha, whom he had asked them to take care of, were also freaks. The two girls didn't know what to say. Is this the power of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul? Above the clouds, Zhuowen quietly looked down at the battle below, especially when he saw Yi Yuqing being suppressed by the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. His eyes were filled with shock. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul is an armor soul that is envied by the heavens. Its power is naturally extraordinary. Now, Gatha's cultivation is only at the heavenly venerable realm. If she can reach the sovereign realm, the power of her Heaven's Wrath armor soul will become even more terrifying. A first-level Great Emperor will have no problem fighting a middle-level Great Emperor. Xiaohei's voice slowly rang in Zhuowen's mind. Xiaohei's evaluation was not low. A first-level Great Emperor could fight a middle-level Great Emperor. This was definitely a peerless genius. Even if Zhuowen's demon doppelganger reached the first-level Great Emperor, he would not be able to fight a middle-level Great Emperor. Boy, don't be surprised. If your body successfully reaches the Emperor realm, in addition to the dragon skill that I have given you, your battle strength will definitely be more terrifying than Gatha's. Xiaohei laughed. Can you fight against a high-level Great Emperor? Zhuowen asked out of the blue. Xiaohei's voice was silent for a while. Then he slowly said, can fight a 7th-level Great Emperor. Hiss. Zhuowen could not help but gasp. A first-level Great Emperor could fight a 7th-level Great Emperor. Wasn't this too crazy? What kind of existence was Xiaohei? How could he increase his battle strength so much? Of course, when he thought about how difficult it was for his body to advance, Zhuowen understood. As the saying goes, good preparation leads to good results. Zhuowen's body had been accumulating in the panicked Great World for 10 years and still could not advance to the sovereign realm. It was obvious that once he succeeded, his body's battle strength would be extremely terrifying. Yi Yuqing has not used his full strength yet. After all, this guy is a first-level Great Emperor. When he uses his full strength later, Gatha's Heaven's Wrath armor soul will probably be defeated. Xiaohei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze returned to the battle below. He saw that the Heaven's Wrath armor soul was suppressing Yi Yuqing to the point that he could not fight back. You've succeeded in infuriating me. Yi Yuqing roared angrily. The snake-shaped spear in his right hand suddenly flicked and neutralized the Heaven's Wrath armor soul's attack. At the same time, he retreated dozens of steps and stared ferociously at the Heaven's Wrath armor soul in front of him and Gatha, who was behind it. A strong killing intent burst out from his body. Demon change. Yi Yuqing formed a seal with both of his hands. Immediately, a sharp hissing sound was emitted from his body. Immediately, traces of green snake scales appeared on his cheeks and hands. Both of his eyes also surged with endless green light. Roar. The green light shot into the sky and turned into a huge green snake shadow. Then Yi Yuqing took a step forward and stood on the head of the green snake. His eyes were filled with green light, and he stared at the heaven's wrath armor soul. Green snake, kill it! Yi Yuqing stabbed the snake-shaped spear in his hand into the head of the green snake. Immediately, the huge green snake hissed, and its eyes turned green. Then, its huge body burst out and rushed towards the heaven's wrath armor soul. Boom, boom, boom. The heaven's wrath armor soul was expressionless. It raised both of its hands, and countless black chains surged out. They turned into a chain whirlwind and surrounded the green snake that was rushing over. Then the chains shrunk and tied the snake up. Break. Yi Yuqing was expressionless as he spat out these words. Immediately, the green snake twisted its huge body, and the chains on its body collapsed. It continued to fall without losing any momentum. Boom. The huge snake head was like 100,000 feet tall mountain. It smashed heavily on the body of the heaven's wrath armor soul. However, the latter was not afraid. It pushed both of its hands forward and blocked the snake head in front of its hands. Then, it retreated dozens of steps under the huge force. Can you block it? Yi Yuqing's gaze was incomparably cold. Facing a heavenly venerable martial artist, Yi Yuqing, was actually forced to use his armor soul. This was an absolute humiliation to him. So he wanted to crush this heavenly scourge armor soul and annihilate it. As he spoke, Yi Yuqing stepped on the snake head and pulled out the snake-shaped spear. His entire body spun like a top, and he dropped down. The spear in his hand turned into a green light and instantly pierced through the chest of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul was being suppressed by the green snake. Although it noticed the snake-shaped spear that was rushing towards it, it did not have any extra energy to block it. No, Gatha shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Ever since the Heaven's Wrath armor soul had awakened, it had not said a word. However, it had been silently protecting her. Gatha had already developed a strong dependence on it. Now that Yi Yuqing's attack was coming, Gatha actually rushed out without any regard for her own safety. She wanted to block in front of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. Roar! When Gatha arrived in front of the Heaven's Wrath armor soul, the emotionless figure in the snowstorm revealed a blazing light in its eyes. With a loud roar, the green snake actually retreated. Unfortunately, the snake-shaped spear was too fast. Even if the Heaven's Wrath armor soul suddenly unleashed an even stronger power than before, it was simply too late. In the past, it was always you who protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Gatha turned around. Her beautiful eyes suddenly looked at the figure in the snowstorm behind her. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked through the gaps in the snowstorm and saw the eyes of the figure in the snowstorm. At that moment, a trace of tears appeared in those eyes. "Girl, you're too impulsive." A soft sigh was heard. When the snake-shaped spear was about to descend in front of Gatha, a large halberd with blood-red light shot out and blocked the snake-shaped spear at the critical moment. Ding! The large halberd and the spear collided. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by dazzling sparks that reverberated in the entire open space. After that, the snake-shaped spear flew out and was caught in Yi Yuqing's hand. As for the large blood-red halberd, it was inserted into the ground in front of Gatha. It was like a blood-red tombstone that stood there quietly. "Who is it?" After retrieving the snake-shaped spear, Yi Yuqing's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but shout. His eyes were filled with fear. To be able to block his attack so easily, the owner of the large blood-red halberd definitely wasn't simple. After hearing Yi Yuqing's shout, the surrounding warriors also reacted. Their gazes first fell on the large blood-red halberd. Then, they looked around to find out who the owner of the large blood-red halberd was. Zhuowen, Moyen Wushang, and Qingyin looked at the large blood-red halberd. Their beautiful eyes couldn't help but burst out with radiance as they muttered in a low voice, "Big Brother Zhuowen." Jianen and Gatha also recognized the large blood-red halberd. Wasn't it the emperor weapon, Azura battle halberd, that Zhuowen used to challenge Evil Moon and Lanju when he was in the academy? Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out. Immediately, above the clouds, a young man who was as tall as a mountain suddenly fell. When he was about to land, his feet gently tapped on the air and firmly landed on the end of the Azura war halberd. He looked down at Yi Yuqing in front of him from above. "Peak Heavenly Sovereign, who are you?" Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Yuqing was startled at first. Then he blurted out, although the aura of the young man in front of him was only at the Peak Heavenly Sovereign, he knew that the young man was definitely not simple from the fact that he could rely on the Azura battle halberd to send his snake-shaped spear flying. "Zhuowen of the Excellent Gods Academy," Zhuowen said indifferently. You're Zhuowen?" Hearing this, Yi Yuqing couldn't help but be startled. He narrowed his eyes. He had also heard of the rumors about Zhuowen. It was said that he was only at the Peak Heavenly Sovereign, but he had consecutively challenged Diba, who was ranked second on the Outer Court Heavenly Sovereign list, and Evil Moon, who was ranked first. Chapter 1242. Yi Yuqing's gaze became a little cautious as he recalled the various rumors about Zhuowen. He didn't underestimate Zhuowen because his cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Master realm. "I didn't expect you to be Zhuowen. I heard that you defeated the genius of the inner courtyard, Lanju. Although Lanju's strength is not bad, there is still a gap between him and me. Therefore, I advise you to let Moyen Wushang hand over the heart of imperial power. I can completely forget about what happened before. I am doing this for your sake," Yi Yuqing said lightly. Although he was quite afraid of Zhuowen, he wouldn't show weakness because of this. After all, he was a first-level demon emperor. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Lanju. Although Zhuowen could defeat Lanju, it didn't mean that he could defeat him. Therefore, he made such a suggestion. "How many hearts of imperial power do you have?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Yi Yuqing had been in this land for 3 days. Generally speaking, with his cultivation, he should have explored the endless ravine in the center of the land. However, he was the same as Zhuowen and stayed for 3 days. Zhuowen didn't believe that Yi Yuqing had only found this temple in these 3 days. Yi Yuqing's pupils shrank. He was quite surprised that Zhuowen could guess that he had other hearts of imperial power. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yuqing said indifferently, "I have 5 hearts of imperial power." "Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you want to rob me?" Yi Yuqing laughed as he said this. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was indeed good, there was still a gap between them. Therefore, he wasn't too worried that Zhuowen had the strength to rob him of the heart of imperial power. The surrounding warriors were all moved. They didn't expect Yi Yuqing to have 5 hearts of imperial power. Many people cursed Yi Yuqing in their hearts. He was really greedy, but they couldn't show it. After all, Yi Yuqing was a demon emperor and the son of the demon emperor Yi Wuxin. They couldn't afford to offend him. "You are right. I do plan to rob you of the 5 hearts of imperial power." Zhuowen nodded seriously. As soon as Zhuowen said this, the smile on Yi Yuqing's face immediately stiffened. The surrounding cultivators also rolled their dead fish eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. This Zhuowen really dared to boast. He actually dared to say that he would snatch Yi Youqing's heart of imperial power in front of him. Yi Youqing's smile faded, and his voice became extremely cold. Yes. Zhuowen spat out this word. His entire body moved like lightning. His right hand pulled out the Azura war halberd from under his feet. Immediately, he stepped into the void, and his entire body shot to the extreme. In an instant, he was in front of Yi Youqing. Yi Youqing's gaze was extremely cold. He had already given Zhuowen enough face. However, this Zhuowen didn't give him any face at all. Thus, he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Ha! Yi Youqing shouted loudly, and the huge green snake below him roared towards the sky. The huge snake had swooped down, rushing towards Zhuowen. It opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy smell spread out, causing many warriors in the surroundings to frown. Zhuowen stood proudly with the Azura war halberd in his hand. His left hand had taken out a black round stone. This round stone was the immortal stone he had obtained from the Azura Island auction. Because the array in the immortal stone was incomplete, it could only be used once a day. Later, when Zhuowen was in the panicked Great World because he had dispelled the fallen demon powder, it had triggered the self-repair of the array in the immortal stone. Now it could be used 10 times a day, and its power was much stronger than before. The mental strength in Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace and the Yuan power in his Dantian suddenly gushed out and drilled into the immortal stone. The two different energies combined under the immortal stone's array to form an extremely terrifying immortal power. Waves of immortal power poured into the Azura war halberd, causing the surface of the Azura war halberd to be filled with a blazing white light. Then Zhuowen's legs suddenly bounced, and his entire body rushed out like a vigorous monkey. The moment he was in front of the green snake's head, the Azura war halberd slashed out horizontally. The move was very simple, and it was not fancy at all. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared shocked all the surrounding warriors. The moment the green snake's head came into contact with the Azura war halberd, it shattered into pieces and turned into a headless snake. Yi Youqing, who was originally standing on the snake's head, narrowed his eyes and retreated dozens of steps, his heart thumping wildly. The green snake was the manifestation of his armor soul. The moment it came into contact with Zhuowen, its head was cut off. This was too unbelievable. Whoosh! The moment the green snake was cut off, Zhuowen stepped on the void and rushed out again, directly toward Yi Youqing, who was retreating. This guy! Yi Youqing shouted in a low voice, and the snake-shaped spear swept out. The blazing green light spread around his body as if there was an endless green bamboo forest around him. Break! Zhuowen spat out this word calmly, and then instantly brushed past Yi Youqing's shoulder. The celestial power in his body was injected into the Azura war halberd, causing the Azura war halberd to burst out with an unprecedented light. Then, the surrounding people were shocked to find that the green light around Yi Youqing's body was instantly destroyed. A muffled groan came from the void. And then everyone saw an extremely miserable figure falling from the void, heavily smashing onto the ground, causing a lot of dust to rise. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze converged, and then they saw that the miserable figure was the Demon Emperor Yi Youqing. At this moment, Yi Youqing's condition was not very good. His face was pale and weak, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Although his body was generally much stronger after the demon transformation, he could not withstand the terrifying power of the celestial power. Celestial power was a powerful energy that was superior to origin energy and mental energy. The celestial power combined with the Emperor weapon, Zhuowen's combat strength was not comparable to Yi Youqing, a first-level demon emperor. Therefore, the moment the two collided, Yi Yuqing was defeated. He defeated Yi Yuqing in one move. Isn't this Zhuowen a little too terrifying? Looking at this scene, many of the surrounding warriors did not even react. Although they knew that Zhuowen's strength could not be described by the standard of a peak heavenly master, Yi Yuqing was a first-level demon emperor expert. Such an existence could even kill a second-level emperor. But now, facing Zhuowen, he was defeated in one move. Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin were also stunned. This scene had a deep impact on them. Although they knew that Zhuowen's combat strength was at the Emperor realm, it was really beyond their expectations to defeat Yi Yuqing so easily. As for Jianan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian, the three of them were originally blindly confident in Zhuowen. Instead, they were the calmest among the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. Zhuowen slowly landed on the ground and immediately walked towards Yi Yuqing, who was in the pit. His indifferent voice rang out, "Hand over the imperial power heart." Arriving in front of Yi Yuqing, Zhuowen slowly held out the Azura war halberd in his hand and pressed it against Yi Yuqing's throat. His voice was filled with coldness and killing intent, as if he could kill Yi Yuqing at any time. And the fact was indeed so. Zhuowen only needed a thought, and the Azura war halberd would take Yi Yuqing's life. Gulp! Yi Yuqing's throat trembled, and his body trembled. He could feel a cold killing intent from Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him was a man of his words. If he did not hand over the imperial power heart, he would probably die. "If I hand over the imperial power heart, you have to let me go." Yi Yuqing's eyes flickered as he said. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Of course." After getting Zhuowen's promise, Yi Yuqing flicked his finger and took out 5 imperial power hearts and handed them over to Zhuowen. The latter naturally kept them in the spiritual ring without any hesitation. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. This was an unexpected gain for him. "Get lost!" Putting away the Azura war halberd, Zhuowen indifferently shouted at Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing's face slightly changed as he looked at Zhuowen with resentment. Then he took a step forward and left with his subordinates from the Night Demon Island. "Zhuowen, are you going to let Yi Yuqing go just like that? This guy is a poisonous snake. If you let the tiger return to the mountain, he might come after you in the future." Moyan Wushang came to Zhuowen's side and said with his beautiful eyes flickering, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Moreover, Yi Yuqing is Yi Wuxin's son. I'm afraid that he has some life-saving means. If I kill Yi Yuqing, it will be more troublesome. At that time, Yi Wuxin might go all out to find me." Zhuowen shook his head. He did not care about Yi Yuqing. He was still afraid of Yi Wuxin. Yi Wuxin was a 4th heaven demon emperor. Because he was a demon emperor, his battle strength was comparable to a 5th heaven demon emperor. He was even stronger than an ordinary 5th heaven demon emperor. Even Zhuowen's demon Dao doppelganger would be extremely troublesome to deal with such an existence. Therefore, killing Yi Yuqing would definitely do more harm than good. It was an unwise action. "You're right. I was a little impulsive." Moyan Wushang looked relieved. Zhuowen was right. Yi Yuqing was Yi Wuxin's only son. Before entering the monarch tomb, Yi Wuxin must have made a lot of preparations. If he killed Yi Yuqing, Yi Wuxin would soon know. At that time, Zhuowen would have to face Yi Wuxin's crazy pursuit. The gains would not make up for the losses. And now, Zhuowen had only snatched 5 hearts of imperial power from Yi Yuqing. In addition, they were students of the Divine Institute. With the existence of the dean, Yi Wuxin couldn't do anything to Zhuo when over such a small matter. Otherwise, the dean wouldn't just sit and watch. "Wushang, how many hearts of imperial power did you guys get?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin looked at each other and smiled. We found 3 hearts of imperial power. Because there are 5 of us, we are still missing 2. Chapter 1243. Soul extinguishing a Ray Moyan Wushang was not too courteous. He smiled and accepted the 2 hearts of imperial power from Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had more hearts of imperial power than any of them. Giving him 2 hearts of imperial power was nothing to him. After Moyan Wushang accepted the hearts of imperial power, he distributed the 5 hearts of imperial power to himself, Qing Yin, Jia, Nan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian. After the 5 of them received the hearts of imperial power, their eyes were filled with excitement. The hearts of imperial power were extremely important to warriors below the Emperor realm. It could greatly increase their chances of advancing to the Emperor realm. They could even directly advance to the Emperor realm. The benefits were extremely great. Rumble! Suddenly, a terrifying tremor spread across the land. Zhuowen, Mo Yen Wushang, and the others couldn't help but stagger under the effect of the tremor. Then, their eyes fell on the huge gully in the middle of the land. Above the gully, countless figures covered the sky like locusts. Upon closer inspection, they were all warriors who were planning to enter the gully to search for treasures. At this moment, dense black clouds continued to gather above the gully. Soon after, these black clouds began to slowly descend in a spiraling manner. A terrifying howl was emitted from the black clouds. An incomparably large pitch-black figure slowly stepped out from within the hazy black clouds. Ah, ah, ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out as a gigantic palm stretched out from the black clouds. It swept out violently, causing a violent gust of wind to howl. Immediately, the martial artists who were close to it were directly struck by the gigantic palm and were instantly annihilated. Wherever this palm passed, a violent hurricane would sweep out. Under the effect of this hurricane, the surrounding cultivators all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying backwards. What is that? Looking at the gigantic figure in the terrifying black clouds, Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and the others were shocked. Although they were quite far away from the black figure, the pressure that was emitted from the latter's body gave them a feeling of fear and trepidation. You guys stay here first. I will go over there and take a look. Zhuowen instructed Moyan Wushang and the others. Then, he took a step forward and flew towards the gully in front of him. Looking at Zhuowen's back, Moyan Wushang also wanted to follow him. However, they all knew that their strength was too low. They would only become cannon fodder if they went over. In the air, Zhuowen called back his Buddha doppelganger. As for his demon doppelganger, he flew towards the gully together with Tai Demon Lord, Brother Han Tian. On the way there, Zhuowen's Life Studio met Luan Wushang and Lu Hantian, and the other 2, Luan's Studio, and the other, Lu Hantian Studio, and Luan Life Studio, Luan and Luan. Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, you guys stay here first. Brother Hantian, and I will go to the gully to investigate. This is the heart of imperial power. The 3 of you should still be lacking a heart of imperial power. You can find a safe place and refine the heart of imperial power. Then, you should be able to advance to the imperial power level in a short time. Zhuowen instructed them. Then, he headed towards the gully with Lu Hantian. Luan Wushang, and the others looked at each other. They did not follow them impulsively. The black figure above the gully was extremely terrifying. Even if they were peak heavenly venerables, they would probably be slapped to death. Such an existence was not something that heavenly venerables like them could interfere with. Whoosh whoosh. Very quickly, Zhuowen and Lu Hantian arrived in the vicinity of the gully. The two of them raised their heads and looked up. They just happened to see the huge black cloud in the sky, as well as the faintly discernible, terrifying shadow within the black cloud. Through the hazy black cloud, Zhuowen saw the silhouette of the shadow. He discovered that the shadow's appearance was extremely similar to some kind of insect. Its surface was covered with a hard shell that was extremely bright. Its head was extremely similar to a praying mantis's, and its pair of compound eyes contained countless small eyes. It looked densely packed, causing people to feel a chill all over their bodies. A pair of huge palms, the surface of which was covered with bumpy shells. Many of the surrounding martial warriors had already joined forces. They were releasing their yuan power from afar, attacking this strange creature from afar. What is this? Is it an origin beast? But its aura doesn't seem like it at all. Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the faintly discernible creature in the black cloud in confusion. Shuo Wen's gaze also became extremely grave. He could not identify what kind of creature this insect-like thing was. Its aura was fundamentally different from a meta-beast's, but its aura gave him a vague sense of great danger. It was as if he would die a horrible death if he faced this creature. On the other side, demonic clouds rolled over, and two figures with monstrous demonic qi appeared. Zhuo, one of the demonic, Dao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the figure in the black clouds. He said to the Grand Demon, Lord beside him, Grand Demon, do you know what this is? At that moment, the Grand Demon Lord's eyes were filled with doubt. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Master, I don't recognize this strange creature either. I've never seen such a creature in the panicked great world. Is that so? Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered, but he was somewhat disappointed in his heart. However, he quickly thought of Xiao He and hurriedly called out to Xiao He in his heart. However, to his surprise, no matter how he called out to Xiao He did not make a single sound. What's wrong with Xiao He? Is she pretending to be dead? Zhuowen was stunned. He called out again, unwilling to give up. However, the result remained the same. Xiao He did not respond. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen gave up on asking Xiao He. Instead, his eyes landed on the black cloud. This was because he saw a few familiar groups in front of the black cloud. Among them, Master Mu Feng led Mo Yen by Yen and Elder Huaxia as they quietly hovered a short distance away. On the other hand, the people from the Night Demon Island, Horizon Island, Azura Island, and Sea Heart Island were scattered near Master Mu Feng. They did not move. They only quietly stared at the black cloud above the gully, as if they were waiting for something. Around an hour later, the black cloud gradually withdrew. The strange creature hidden in the black cloud seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing from everyone's sight. How strange! Zhuowen frowned when he saw this scene. He felt even more puzzled in his heart. This strange creature had appeared for a while, and then disappeared. It was indeed a little strange. However, Zhuowen was extremely curious about that creature. Did Master Mu Feng and the others know that the creature will only appear briefly? Zhuowen's gaze landed on Master Mu Feng as he frowned. He was increasingly unable to see through Master Mu Feng. Grandmaster Mu Feng is truly a genius. That creature only appeared for half an hour before it completely disappeared. Wu Xian is truly convinced. Yi Wu Xian of the Night Demon Island suddenly laughed. He cupped his hands towards Grandmaster Mu Feng and said with a smile. The other three island masters also revealed fawning expressions. From Master Mu Feng's performance, they knew that they had to hug Master Mu Feng's thigh if they wanted to obtain good things in the Emperor's tomb. After all, Master Mu Feng seemed to have a better understanding of the Emperor's tomb than they did. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to why Master Mu Feng had such a deep understanding of the Emperor's tomb, they did not think too much about it. After all, they had come here for the rare treasures in the emperor's tomb. If they could obtain rare treasures by following Master Mufeng, why wouldn't they do so? Why would they bother about such things? Master Mufeng faintly smiled. He did not show any complacency because of the fawning expressions of Yi Wuxian and the others. Instead, his gaze was extremely calm. This gully is the true core region of the emperor's tomb. Countless emperor realm cultivators are buried here. Of course, there are also many powerful emperor weapons, secret techniques, and rare treasures. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to obtain the treasures inside. Master Mufeng spoke once again. As soon as Master Mufeng spoke, countless cultivators in the surroundings went crazy. They did not even wait for Master Mufeng to finish speaking and directly entered the depths of the gully. Of course, not long after these impatient cultivators entered the gully, extremely frightening screams rang out one after another, after which they completely lost all signs of life. However, there's a powerful formation inside the gorge. It's called the Soul Destruction Formation. If anyone who's below the mid-level martial emperor realm enters it blindly, they'll definitely die, Master Mufeng continued. At this moment, the other cultivators who had originally planned to enter the gully felt their hearts turn cold. Wasn't Master Mufeng trying to scam them? He actually only said half a sentence. After a group of people had died, he only said the second half of the sentence. It was obvious that he was trying to scam those impatient cultivators. Soul Extinguishing Array. Master, do you have a way to solve it? Yi Wuxian frowned slightly and asked in a slightly surprised manner. Master Mufeng nodded and said, "Of course there is. If you want to break this soul extinguishing array, it can be said to be simple, but it can also be said to be quite complicated. Breaking the soul extinguishing array requires 10 mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators to stand in 10 different positions and form the 10-direction annihilation array. Using brute force, you can forcefully break the soul extinguishing array." Yi Wuxian and the other higher-ups looked at each other. Soon after, they said in a deep voice, "Master Mufeng, please tell us what to do. If we can break this soul extinguishing array, we will do whatever you tell us to do. First, find 10 mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators." Master Mufeng said indifferently. Yi Wuxian nodded and discussed with the other 3 islands. Soon after, he said, "Our 4 islands can provide 8 mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators. The remaining 2 mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators will be given to your excellent God Island." Master Mufeng nodded. Soon after, he said to Mo Yen Bai Yen and Elder Huaxia, "The 2 of you come up here and make it a round number." Mo Yen Bai Yen and Elder Huaxia looked at each other and nodded. They didn't reject Master Mufeng's suggestion. After all, below the soul-extinguishing array was the true Emperor Realm tomb. There must be many rare treasures inside. The 2 of them naturally wanted to see the true appearance of the Emperor Realm tomb.